Dumela re nkatimeng. Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, morning, Honorable Linda.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all honorable members this morning on the platform. Welcome the delegation of SANParks led by the CEO, Selo, delegation of TBCSA led by Mr. Chafiwa, the delegation of the Department and SA Tourism led by Minister Dalal. Welcome on the platform, DM Sochu, and all officials of the department. I'll start with the opening remarks, and then I'll follow through with the apologies and the delegation of who is present. Our meeting today has been convened to get briefings from SANParks, Department of Tourism, and the Tourism Business Council of South Africa on the various initiatives implemented by different organizations to develop and promote domestic tourism in the country. The COVID-19 pandemic taught us the importance of domestic tourism, as it is the one that carried the sector when international tourism was banned. It is also widely accepted internationally that all mature and thriving tourist destinations depend on domestic tourism. The challenge in South Africa is that tourism development and promotion has always focused on international tourism, with less effort paid on domestic aspects of our tourism. As a result, South Africans do not travel within their own country, as embarking on tourism is an unaffordable exercise for most citizens, especially Black people. Our meeting today will therefore hear from government and private sector about how domestic tourism can be made affordable to South Africans through exploring a possibility of a dual pricing policy which provides differential pricing for South Africans and international tourists. SANParks is already using dual pricing for international markets and South Africans. The committee would like to hear from the Department of Tourism on what can be done to introduce such mechanisms at a policy level, and for the private sector to advise the committee on how the SANParks model can be adapted and replicated in all aspects of tourism, such as accommodation and activities. This meeting also wants to hear how can all the fragmented domestic tourism initiatives and campaigns be better coordinated amongst various stakeholders in the country. The intention is to make an informed recommendation to the Minister of Tourism on how best to develop and promote domestic tourism in the country. This should inform a legislative policy and strategy development in practically prioritizing domestic tourists by both government and the private sector. The tourism peak season is upon us as the country. The committee also wants to hear about the readiness for the upcoming summer season, as this provides an opportunity to promote domestic tourism on an annual basis. Disang, can you flight the agenda for us, please?
Agenda shared, Chair.
Thank you, Disang. We will go to our second item as well on the agenda, which is apologies, followed by the delegations. Can you take us through, Disang?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to honorable members, the delegation from the entities, the delegation from the Department of Tourism led by the Minister, The apologies I've received, Chair, it's the one from the DG of the department, who will not be able to join us today. The delegation of the Department of Tourism is present. It's led by the Minister of Tourism and the Deputy Minister, Msochu. From the South African Tourism, we've got the chairperson of the board present, Mzamo Masito, who is the board chairperson. From the delegation of SA Tourism, we've got Mr. Daryl Erasmus, who is the acting CEO, Mr. Takalane Ramova, who is the acting CFO, Ms. Masutu Mukheti is the head of Domestic Tourism Hub, Ms. Nisha Pillay, who is the head for Insights, and then the delegation from the Department of Tourism, we've got Mayor Maditonki Sitwaba, who is the DDG for Tourism Sector Support Services. And then we've got Dr. Shamila Shatia, who is the DDG for Destination Development. But she has also submitted an apology, Chair. We've got Dr. Mwako Sefoko, who is the Director for Tourism Destination Planning, and Mr. Olani Dlamini, who is the Program Director for Program Coordination. And then we've got the support staff, Mr. Kobus Kutsie, Judy N. Nikerk, Ntlantla Kaba, Petra van Nikerk, and Mr. Tony Nkadimeng. And then from National Parks, South African National Parks Chair, the delegation is led by the board member, Ms. Rachel Ngele of SA National Parks. And then we've got the CEO, Ms. Happy Lweselo. Then we've got Ms. Kaula Nyilenda, is the Managing Executive for Tourism. Then we've got Ms. Liz McCord, who is the Chief Operations Officer. Mr. JP Lowe is the HOD for Communications. And Ms. Buiswa Ndibongo is the Senior Manager in the Office of the CEO. And then from the Tourism Business Council Chair, we've got the CEO, Mr. Chivengwa, who is leading the presentation for the Tourism Business Council. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Desang. We have heard the apologies and the delegations who is present in our meeting. Can I now have a mover for the adoption of the agenda with the apologies? Desang, will you be able to assist me, please?
We've got Ms. Mr. on, Chair, and Ms. Flongo. And then we've got also Mr. Mudley.
Ms. Likharaba, over to you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and all members present. I hereby move for the adoption of the agenda and the apologies that were tendered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Likharaba. Honorable Mudley.
I adopt the agenda as well, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mudley. I think that must be a seconding.
Yes, second, yes, we got it.
Okay, thank you so much. Now that the agenda is adopted, honorable members, I am still not feeling well, so I will hand over the meeting to Honorable Flongo. Honorable Flongo, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. One point, Chair, before you leave, can I please request Desang to please name Comrade Mudley's gadget? I think it's been 3 weeks now. It appears at Samsung. So I can tell that Comrade Mudley is really struggling to name it. Please rename it for him, Desang, so that it appears as Honorable Mudley. Thank you. Then can you please just go back to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair.
Desang, are you scrolling back to the agenda? Yes, thank you very much. And we have adopted the agenda and the apologies. The chairperson has already opened the meeting, so I won't open the meeting twice. And will now give to the minister for the overview before the department comes in. Over to you, Minister Delil.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Also greetings to the Deputy Minister and to the Chair of the South African Tourism Board, the delegation from SA Tourism, the delegation from the Department of Tourism, and also the delegation from SANParks. Honourable Chairperson, we, in terms of the presentation for the Department of Tourism, I will do the first slides up to slide 5, dealing with the policy and strategy. And then thereafter, up to slide 13, it will be dealt with by Masutu Mogeti. And then the budget, resorts and infrastructure will be dealt with by Dr. Safoku. And then I will close with the way forward. So, honourable members, in terms of policy and strategy to grow the tourism market, we recognize that domestic tourism is the bedrock of our tourism sector. In fact, it contributes more to our GDP and to spend compared to our international arrivals. So tourism serves as a powerful economic driver in South Africa, supporting 1.6 million jobs and contributing 91.6 billion in foreign spending and 137 billion in domestic spending. And that is according to our 2024 figures. Also, the sector's contribution to GDP is 8.4%. And while in 2024, it directly employed 730,000 people. So domestic travelers are also key in helping us in driving a geographic spread and also reducing seasonality. Excuse me. So we have developed the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan in consultation with the private sector and the value chain of tourism. And the plan is currently before Cabinet. It will be considered, I think, on the 29th of November. This growth partnership plan contributes to also another strategy of the Government of National Unity and the 7th Administration. That is the growth, acceleration and inclusion strategy by government. And tourism has been identified as one of the 7 sectors that can make a contribution towards the growth of our economy. So, and this is also followed by, of course, we have got the National Tourism Sector Strategy Plan and then also the Tourism Sector Master Plan. So domestic growth can be achieved through partnership, through collaboration between all the sectors. And this is contained in the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. Just a brief summary of the plan, the policy and strategy context, tourism growth, the partnership plan from 2025 to 2030. We have identified the 5 key priorities that can lead to inclusive growth and job creation, and it's based on five pillars. The first one is that ease of access. That is the visas. And we are making progress with the introduction of the electronic travel authorization by the Department of Home Affairs. That's currently being tested on all the G20 delegates and leaders that will be arriving for the Leaders Summit this weekend. Another priority is aviation route development. That is in terms of a cabinet decision of December 2024 that we must increase route development marketing. And then tourism, road transport is also looked at for ease of access. The second pillar is coordinated destination marketing, coordinated in terms of the Tourism Business Council, SAT, all coming together and working to excuse me, and working together to promote our country internationally, in the African continent, locally, and also included in that is the MICE sector, the meetings and events sector. The third pillar, of course, is tourist safety and security. We do, together with the private sector, we do safety awareness, safety support, and crisis communication. On the 28th of November this month, the Safety Forum will be meeting in Johannesburg, where we are going to, again, like we do on a quarterly basis, do an assessment of the security situation without being alarmist and chasing tourists away. The fourth pillar is the tourism product development. And there later on, we will give the Honourable Committee what we are doing in terms of infrastructure and services, and also routes and experience. The fifth pillar, which is the most important one, is job creation, focusing on youth employment, women and people with disability. And then, of course, also skills development, which is now led by demand-led skills. Together with the private sector, we will be investing, and we are investing into demand-led skills that will be needed in the future. That is underpinned by data generation and analytics, economic empowerment, and community inclusion, and then, of course, the investment and funding. So that briefly, honourable members, is a summary of where we are with a strategy and policy. And once our plan will be approved by Cabinet later this month, we have established tourism working groups that already have started to work on the implementation. We started implementation on some of the pillars, but we will continue to work together with Tourism Business Council, the private sector, to implement the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan together. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I will now hand over to Masutu Mokheti to take us further on up to slide number 13. Masutu, over to you, through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, may I continue? Thank you, Minister. Chair, my name is Masutu Mokheti. I am Head of Domestic Tourism for South African Tourism. I am honored to be here. Honorable members, Minister of Tourism, Deputy Minister, my chairperson, who's, thank goodness, here with me, and everyone from the department, all the colleagues, I greet you humbly. My job is going to be very, very quick, but I do expect that you might have quite a number of questions. I have met some of the honorable members, which was quite a pleasure. My job is to promote domestic tourism for South African tourism, in that it is done through the Short Left campaign, and it's themed under It's Your Country, Enjoy It, because nothing's more fun than a short left. I've been asked a number of questions about how we got here, And the main reason we actually got to this particular point of It's Your Country, Enjoy It is because we wanted to build patriotism through building tourism. So tourism is an act of actually making sure that people actually understand that this is their country. So this is how we actually drive this campaign. We drive it in collaboration with the private sector and with the provinces. So it is part of the work that we do. We do it through different campaigns that we do. Just to give you a sense, I was at a Satovita conference last week, and one of the conversations that we had was that, we had 7.6 million trips that came in internationally. Yet for domestic, we are sitting right now, and this is January to August. I got the January to September figures. So we're sitting on actually 31 million domestic trips that are in the country, with over 90 billion domestic spend that we're sitting in right now. So it is quite important that we see the importance of domestic tourism. I think one of the things that we also need to look at is how important our day trips are, which is what we are looking at and we're focusing on, because we have a large number of day trips, and with affordability being one of the issues, day trips being a bigger portion of our trips and our spend, it is something that we're actually looking at. Sorry, I was about to move to the next slide. Honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, one of the things, Chairperson, one of the things that we actually do, we don't do our things, the work that we do, without actually looking at what people are looking for. So as I've mentioned, affordability is a very, very big barrier for travel for domestic tourists. So if you have noticed, one of the campaigns that we actually run is Travel Week. And Travel Week, the purpose of it is to ensure that we provide particular deals that are only for South Africans. And we work very closely with the tourism sector to ensure that we give up to 50% of deals to South Africans, only South Africans, so that they can travel the country and enjoy their country as best that they can. We do a lot of marketing and awareness as one of the elements that we know are very critical for South Africans in order for them to travel. And what we have seen is that with our increased marketing, we are now sitting at 89% of people in South Africa from the survey that we ran that say that from seeing our campaigns, they are more inclined to actually travel the country. So it is imperative for us to keep doing marketing and awareness. In terms of exploring lesser known destinations, as I mentioned, was at a Satovito conference recently, and there were about 300 people in the room, where we learned quite a lot of things about lesser known destinations, harness them so that we diversify options for people. What we do know is that if you're traveling for the first time, then you obviously want to do the Cape Towns of the world, the Durbans of the world, the Gautings of the world. But once you've traveled a few more times, you want to explore Mpumalanga. And what we've seen now is Limpopo is actually leading in terms of the numbers of where people are actually traveling, because people are trying to explore lesser known destinations. There's also a rising demand for something that you tailor make for yourself. We are working quite hard in terms of our website to make sure that we actually get people to build their own itineraries so that they can then decide where they want to actually go. Our website is not a booking website. It is more a lead generation website. So with that, we want people to kind of get a sense of where they want to go and how they want to actually explore their country, because as we said, it is your country, and to tailor make it for themselves. And we also are very well aware that mobile friendly is quite critical. We created a particular site, mobile site, where it is a site where you can actually, we realize that what works very well with people is something that they already know. So we created a site that almost mimics a dating site. So you are able to swipe left or right depending on what actually the deal that you're looking for. It has worked very well for us, and we intend to continue with it. In terms of the campaigns that we actually run, the key campaigns that we run are the Easter campaign. And the Easter campaign is mainly to get people out of the house. We all know that when it's Easter, we set a table. I'm a Roman Catholic, so we sit and we cook fish, and that is what usually happens Easter time. So we are trying to encourage people to actually get out the house and set their table somewhere else. Travel Week is our biggest campaign. That is our Black Friday of sorts. We run it in the first week of September. And in that sense, we say to people, book at this particular point in time. You do not need to travel in that time, but you need to book in that week, and you get up to 50% off. And we are privileged that the minister has supported this very well, because usually when the minister speaks about it, we get quite a lot of people coming in and actually booking for it. We are now embarking in the summer campaign. Well, we've embarked in it. And the summer campaign is basically a festive season campaign where we are now showcasing that this is the time, it's the festive season. And as I mentioned earlier, South Africans want to enjoy their country, but they also want to have fun. And the festive season is that time for that. I thought it was imperative for me to showcase how we work with the industry. We are also very privileged that we are very well supported by the industry. The other thing I do need to mention is that there are certain provinces, apologies, that we get more deals from than the others. So we promote based on the working that we have with the different provinces and the deals that we get with the provinces. So we do have, as you can see, 719 deals currently on our website. And those 719, you can see the split that is from the different provinces. It is one of the things that we're working on quite seriously to make sure that we engage the provinces and we engage the different associations to ensure that we get more deals in the different provinces. As I mentioned, Limpopo is actually leading in terms of the number of people going to Limpopo. But as you can see, it only has 53 deals on our website. So those are the elements that we are looking at to make sure that we grow domestic tourism in the different provinces, and not just the leading provinces, but all the different provinces. In terms of other campaigns, so I did mention the 3 campaigns that we actually run, but what we do throughout the year, so we make sure that throughout the year we are always on. And when I say we're always on, we know that one of the critical areas that people actually look at when it comes to travel is on social media. So we make sure that we are always on when it comes to social media. And we do always on for Month of Love. It is, so we have to always be on there. We also make sure that we do winter, where we tell people to find their warmth during winter season. So we are always on there. And then, as I mentioned, we cannot do this job without the industry. So at every given point in time, the team is out there trying to actually ensure that we get as many people on our system. That's why we have 719, because we then go out there, we train them on how to package for the domestic tourists, because we have the research that is necessary for it. But we also ensure that they actually get onto our program, because we cannot do it without the industry. And we also do collaborations with non-travel partners. So we have car partners, we've got Discovery, we've got a number of partners, we've got banks that we actually work with, because they have a different sector that we do not have. And also they already delve into tourism themselves. So it makes sure that our budget goes a bit further, because we've got a certain amount in terms of a budget, and with their level of marketing, we can then stretch into marketing a bit further. I think this I've already spoken about in great detail. I can skip this because I've already spoken about that. That would be me, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. That would be me.
Honourable Chair, through you, I will now ask Dr. Safako to do the other slides. Dr. Safako, through you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Through you, Chair, and good morning, Chair and honorable members. To Mashutu's point also, I had the opportunity to meet the committee members, and it was a privilege and honor. Good morning, DM. Morning to the chairs of boards on this call, and also the various CEOs. Good morning to colleagues from SANParks Department, TBCSA, and South African Tourism. This particular presentation relates to the infrastructure investment, development, maintenance area of work. And just to start, if members can just imagine a life cycle of a process or a product that starts with the exploration of the idea, how it gets developed and how it gets progressively implemented, and therefore in the context of infrastructure, then how it gets to be maintained, and when it's about to stagnate, but then how do we then rejuvenate that process and do it all over again? So that is the context and the strategic underpinning of this area of work, primarily and naturally as it sets itself out to support domestic tourism growth. So with regard to one of our key supply initiatives, we have the investment pipeline that we had just created not so long ago. This process started at the beginning of this financial year, and it was more or less implemented through the call from June 2025 in preparation for the G20 Legacy Project, which was the SA Tourism Investment Summit, which was hosted by the department and its partners in September 2025 in Cape Town. That focused mainly on bankable projects that came through the system that the call has actually created. So through that process then, we were supported by, as I said, various partners, primarily to get the projects that were in this process to be funded or to solicit investment for those projects. And these projects are both public and private. And one of the main bankability criteria was about the envisaged return on investment that they can create, as well as the high community impact, which is the outcome-based element that underpins the work we do in this infrastructure investment space. Also, in addition, in conjunction with and coincidentally aligned to our call, we were also aware that there was an amendment of the National Treasury Regulation 16 for public-private partnerships, which came into effect on June 1st, and naturally supports small projects like the tourism projects. And that change was quite huge, and it was also looking at mechanisms to support projects like the ones within the tourism space through different delivery mechanisms such as design, build, operate partnerships, as well as blended finance, and even including crowdfunding. So that openness to or the amendment to the regulations, actually, it's an opportunity for the sector to be supported in that way. So we immediately initiated that process and as part of that. But the other part was also that a lot of the departmental projects are being finalized and handed over to either communities or to entities to operationalize. And we will be supporting most of these in that process. So we realized we needed to create a pipeline of progressive implementation of these projects over time. Because then issues of spatial transformation and geographic spread, as Minister mentioned earlier, with regard to the tourism growth partnership plan, are quite critical in this process. So in that process, then what came out was the 8 projects that were investment ready. And of those, there was the Ghost Window Skywalk in Mpumalanga, and the Hole in the Wall, just to mention a few, colleagues. But from the 8, there was around a total of R1 billion in investment-ready opportunities. And as part of the process to sift through the total list of 54 projects that we currently have, those projects will actually be taken through a project preparation process where they are packaged and then they are actually presented at various investment promotion platforms. So the 8 are just the first batch, but then that will be a progressive implementation and development in that way. These projects are earmarked for domestic tourism market growth, and naturally they lend themselves there. This is the key pipeline within the space, and in the next coming while, you will see the other potential pipeline. But then the other one I haven't spoken about may emanate from the tourism spatial master plans, which will then complement and not substitute the current investment pipeline, which is the core and key pipeline. In the next slide. We're focusing on product development. We wanted to run this program through the parliamentary committee, just to alert the committee to the program that the department is busy with. It's a huge program, primarily a PWP program that focuses on both FTEs and full-time equivalents, as well as work opportunities. So the first one relates to the infrastructure and maintenance program. And imagine the product life cycle I talked about. So both the development aspect of infrastructure as well as the maintenance aspects of it, which then contribute to the development and maintenance of current tourism products across the country. And then within those, within that program, then we have community-based tourism projects. Most of these are the development and upgrading of accommodation facilities. Currently have them, and some of these, as I mentioned earlier, are being closed out, handed over to other communities or entities to operationalize. Then we have maintenance of provincial tourism assets. These are mainly maintenance, beautification, and enhancement elements. As you see there in the example, rehabilitating most of these spaces so that they can function better, and a lot of the revitalization of these. And then the last bit is the destination enhancement initiatives, more or less elements of beautification and maintenance, but also looking at place-making elements such as picnic sites, the revitalization of precincts and routes. The focus of the department at the moment is mainly within the heritage space and within that World Heritage sites. And so that would be the bulk of the destination enhancement initiatives. We also, to the committee, just to note that these projects are being implemented, conceptualized and implemented also through various provincial and national entities and implementing agents within the governance space. So one of the success stories which is recent, committee members might have heard of it, is the Hodumodumo Dinosaur Interpretative Center, which so far has yielded 70,364 visitors since it opened on the 23rd of June this year. And between that period and the 8th of November, those are the numbers. And a bulk of those are actually domestic tourists. But also to note that the 180 school visits, this particular element applies in most natural heritage sites, natural and cultural heritage sites, as well as World Heritage sites, primarily because it is quite clear that the public access to science is a critical component of most of these heritage products. So that element is quite key. In most cases, these are free entrance to the site up to a certain point and in certain times of the year. So as you can see, the overall the revenue for that period was around 300,000 in entrance fees during that period. This is just one element of the many success stories within this space, committee members. In the next slide then there's a program that is still in its infancy. As I said earlier, about the project life cycle is in an exploratory phase where we are conceptualizing the issues related to budget resorts, and we believe that this is a low-hanging fruit. Just back to the budget resorts, the previous slide. The previous slide. Thank you. So we think this is a low-hanging fruit primarily because of several things. One is that the product itself, we know for sure that it used to work, and it's just that the challenge is that it's the dilapidation of such, and therefore they need to be revitalized. That's number one. Number two, we know that we have not been forthright in terms of targeting the low domestic tourism, the low end of the market domestically, and that we we need to begin to do that quite deliberately. So this program is beginning to do that. So from both the product side to the supply side, as well as the demand side, which is the low end domestic market cohort. And therefore the outcomes, we believe this will be affordable, but it will also have strong quality elements, that it is not just cheap and not so good quality, but it is affordable as well as good quality. Therefore, in that case, the one is anticipating competitive price points. There will be minimum quality standards set within the network as a commercial model or vehicle to implement the program. But we can also foster sector transformation through this program and make sure that the product base is available for domestic tourism in the way that we are envisaging. So why the resort network? It is primarily based on the current concept we have. It's quite detailed. So we thought we will just share that its vision is very clear, that it wants to create that element of affordability without compromising quality. And it will make sure that it targets the low end market of the low end of the market domestically. But it is not only looking at the low end domestic market, but it's looking at budget international youth, for instance, within the travel space. So that would be the second, and the third would be regional market. So across all of those markets, they're basically budget markets, and the program will be targeting all three. And the concept of the virtuous cycle is about, there are so many elements into the program that are to be integrated with one another. So to the opening remarks by the chair about coordination. So all of those elements, whether it's SMME development, whether it's destination marketing, all of these aspects are part and parcel of this program. Therefore, all of these components need to, at some point, to be combined and coordinated. Lastly, then it will be how will it work? What will make it work? It will require significant investment over time until it breaks even, and we have a financial model that actually indicates at around 40 properties within the network, that would be the break-even point around there. So therefore, it might require that investment until such point. The network itself will have those practical guidelines, as we mentioned earlier. Thank you. For the next slide, this is the final slide on this one. So just to break it down a little bit, just to say that most important thing is that it's affordable and economical. Second thing is that it is focused on the resource and product that used to work and now struggling a bit and need to be revitalized. And thirdly, it will need a commercial model to implement it. That in a nutshell is the program as we conceptualize at the moment. And I think that will be the end of my part of the presentation. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Doctor. Chairperson, through you, if I can just, which I think is an omission in one of the slides, maybe just add the other 6 projects that's in our current pipeline. And those 6 projects are the Eye of Menlyn in Gauteng, the Open Kruger Lodge in Limpopo, a Grote Skeer restaurant in the Western Cape, Waterworld Fun Park in the Eastern Cape, Skakuza Rest Camp in Mpumalanga, and the Tukai Manor Table Mountain in the Western Cape. We will submit the list to the members, and I apologize for the omission, but also just to inform members that we are continuing to grow the pipeline. We have received 4 more projects, which is currently being screened to make them bankable. so that we can have more products for our annual tourism infrastructure investment summit that we now want to have on an annual basis. The second point is that the tourism infrastructure projects for the first time now is going to be added into the country's investment booklet, which is managed by the DTIC. And so that when DTIC go out for investment, the tourism projects will also be included there. If I may proceed, Chairperson, with the way forward through you.
You can proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Well, the marketing campaigns that we are doing must be informed by data and analytics, because we want to improve the short-left drive to domestic tourism for future sustainability. To see, especially the less visited provinces, how we encourage the provinces and the private sector in those provinces to submit more projects that we can put part of the deals for the short left. Then we have also on the G20 website, members can see that we have also promoted a number of tourism sites that delegates can visit before or after they have attended the G20 summit. And then tomorrow, on Wednesday, we will also be launching an information center at Awaktambo to also assist domestic tourism. Then investment can accelerate its domestic tourism product offering, like I said, including the budget resorts and infrastructure development to public-private partnerships. And we continuously call on the provinces, the cities, and the private sector to submit more projects that we can add to the tourism infrastructure pipeline. Then also work opportunities and demand-led skills training must also drive economic inclusion. Here we are targeting unemployed graduates. We're also targeting those students that are doing their theory at universities and TVT colleges. Before they can get their diplomas, they must get some practical experience. So we're working with the universities to help to find placement for those students. And then the other program that we also are planning to implement is the Earn and Learn project together with Harambee and the Presidential Employment Program. So the measurable outcomes as per our Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, we look to grow our annual domestic tourism trips to 45.1 million by 2029. Also to increase domestic tourism spend to 139 billion by 2029. Between January to December in 2024, we are already sitting at 137 billion rand. And then also to grow the total employment from approximately 1.8 million in 2024 to 2.3 million by 2029. And of course, the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, we are doing it together with the private sector, the Tourism Business Council, and we are all working together to achieve these targets by 2029. Also in terms of the medium-term development framework and the APP of the department. I will end there, Honourable Chairperson and members. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister. Disang, please go back to the agenda, but I think we are now moving to the second presentation, which is by the SANParks presentation. So I am not sure who is responsible for that presentation. Disang, please go back to the agenda. Yes, I'll now give over, to the SANPark delegation to lead us through their presentation. Thank you.
I've made Marcelo and Ms. Mboko the co-host.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. I'd also like to greet Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. I'd like to also greet the Chair of our Tourism Committee of the Board of SANParks, Ms. Nwele, and colleagues from the Department of Tourism, TBCSA and SA Tourism. Thank you for inviting us. We are honored to be here. So you have given me presenting rights. Let's see. You will let me know if you have sight of my presentation. You do. Honorable Chair.
It's visible, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll just put it on. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee members, as I said, thank you for the invitation. You requested us to come as SANParks to present to you the work that we do in domestic tourism, with a very specific emphasis on oh my word, what's happening here? Am I still sharing? I must apologize. I'm more adept with Teams.
Yes, it's still sharing.
Is it still there?
Yes, you can proceed with the presentation.
Okay. Right. So thank you for the invitation. You requested us to talk to you about the work that we do as SANParks in domestic tourism, and specifically for us to perhaps share with you the initiatives we have around differential pricing for domestic tourism. Without belaboring the point too much, and I take that the presentation has been read, but just to indicate that our primary mandate as South African National Parks is to conserve the biodiversity and cultural heritage of this country. Byproducts, if I may call it that, of the work that we do entail socioeconomic transformation as well as tourism. We are the largest public sector entity that operates within the tourism industry. We manage about 15,000 beds across 21 national parks in 7 provinces. So we are a very key player in the tourism industry. And our revenues generated from the tourism industry we utilize to meet our conservation mandate. So that just gives you a context of who we are within the tourism industry. We depend a great deal as an organization on our tourism revenue, such that when the pandemic hit, in 2020, us as an entity also felt the shock, very similar to the private sector. Over 80% of our budget comes from tourism revenue. So the hit was very direct, and it necessitated us to make different plans about our own survival. At that point, we were also very active in lobbying for the reopening of tourism activities and tourism accommodation. If you will recall, 5 years ago, we also worked very closely with the likes of TBCSA, as well as the private sector, in requesting that there should be certain concessions made for the tourism sector, hospitality sector rather, to operate, which, as you will recall, included issues such as we were eventually granted permission to operate at certain different thresholds of occupancies, amongst others. But such was the shock that essentially we were no different from the private sector. When we then began to recover, or when the government loosened its lockdown prescripts on the hospitality industry, which is something that happened gradually over a period of 6 to 9 months, at the end of the day, what kept our doors open was the domestic market, because even during that period when, as I said, the control was being loosened, there was no international travel at all. You will recall that international travel was prohibited, and in the ups and downs that we were going through at that point, at one point, we were red listed as a country, and certain source markets were discouraged from flying or traveling to South Africa, and with that came along cancellations, etc., of flights. This is very critical because for a good 2 years, and there's two graphs that I am going to share with you that will show very, very starkly and very clearly how important the domestic market was during this period. And I must just indicate that for us, the domestic market has always been a segment that we treasure, a very loyal segment and a very stable segment. And it is during times like the pandemic that we went through that we truly appreciated the fact that we had initiatives such as preferential pricing, which then made it easier, and of course retained the loyalty of the domestic market. I need to say that we understand that we are protecting the assets of the citizens of this country. So that is our first and primary understanding of our mandate. And on the ground, how we operate the tourism business, we say we have to ensure that your average citizen has access to these domestic assets. And to do this, then, as I've indicated, we have a number of incentives. We have a number of products that we develop, and as well as the preferential pricing. If I may, Honorable Chair, let me just indicate something that I haven't quite elaborated on in this presentation, and that is we have very strong partnerships with the Department of Tourism that has assisted us in many respects in terms of infrastructure development. Mr. Sifuka presented on some of the infrastructure development work that they do. We have a number of projects, including that Khudumodumo museum that he referred to. I will come back to it, that have been developed within the South African national parks, the 21 national parks that we run, but they've been developed with the funding from the Department of Tourism. So it is a very enriching, very mutually beneficial partnership that we have there. We have subsequently recovered in the last 5 years from the shock that was the pandemic. Where we stand in terms of the number of visitors or tourists that have come through our gates. When we closed off the previous financial year, which was 24-25, in March 2025, we closed off that year with a 98.5% recovery compared to our pre-pandemic visitor numbers. Our occupancy rates have also recovered, as you can see, just lagging behind by 2.6%. This is the graph that I was saying I would like to share a little bit of detail, because I think it reflects very, very, very strongly the impact of not only COVID, but the impact of domestic tourism during that time. I hope that this is at the bottom axis is visible. If not, I will take you through it. So this is Q1. I hope you see my red dot here, Q1 2021, which is at the height of COVID. The gray, or rather the first year of COVID, not necessarily the height. The gray bar here shows the number of tourists that came through during that quarter. This grayish line indicates international visitors. This green line indicates the domestic visitors. So as you can see, there is between this period and up to, let us say, Q3 of 2023-24, the highest numbers of our visitors came from South Africa. They were domestic tourists. This is a very powerful graph, as I've indicated, that just demonstrates when we say that domestic tourism is a pillar, if not a cornerstone of our business. I've indicated earlier that we run a tourism business, we earn revenues, so we do keep a very close eye on our revenues. The point we're making with this graph is as follows. As much as our domestic tourism and our domestic tourists are so critical in terms of them being a cornerstone of SANParks, the existence of our differential pricing flips the markets on their heads a little bit. What I mean by that is because, and I'm going to show you another slide where we demonstrate how much the differences between the tariffs for internationals and domestic. As you can see, I'm just looking at conservation fees. Conservation fees are essentially the entry fees at our gates. The gray line again is the internationals. So let's just look at it. So Q3, let's go to Q3. International market begins recovering. The international market, by virtue of the differential pricing, will always bring us higher revenues because they pay a significant amount. It does not make our domestic market any less important. And I'm going back to the point that we made earlier, or that I made earlier, wherein I said, at the end of the day, these are the assets of the citizens of South Africa. So a graph of this nature does not mean we are saying that the domestic market is of less importance. I've indicated that about 56% of our market is domestic, and this is how we'd like to keep it. As much as we have seasonal fluctuations, as the South African tourism presentation is also reflected, at the end of the day, the numbers always come back and balance to this extent or to the manner in which you're seeing. And this is now the normal picture as in post-COVID picture. I had wanted to take you to another slide where we actually demonstrate, but you do have copies, where we actually demonstrate the differences in pricing between the international and the domestic market. Needless to say, we have ongoing initiatives and interventions that we run over a period of either at peak season or at holiday season, or when we ourselves have to deal with some of our unsold inventory and we put it on sale, mostly attracting the domestic market. We have, for example, something we call the Black Friday campaign. This is something that came out of the whole, and it's a Black November sales campaign that essentially takes over the country around about this month. We've been running that for about 3 to 4 years. In 2024, obviously, we haven't redone a recon of our numbers for this year, but we had 9,000 online bookings. So it's basically household sale of some products. We also have 1 week a year. We'll provide access to all South Africans, free access to all South Africans into the parks. We promote this very significantly and very highly. In the past September, we welcomed 100,000 visitors free of charge from who are South African citizens. We also have run and continue to run a number of marketing campaigns, as I've indicated, usually associated with holidays. I've made mention of the Black Friday. So holidays or special events, Valentine's Day, Easter campaigns, and the like. We have, as I've said, seasonal campaigns, summer specials, weekend specials, and so it goes on. A great percentage of these specials that we run are geared for the domestic market. What then happens is we then drive bookings for our parks, but also just ensuring that the product remains affordable as much as possible for our domestic market. This over here is the Khodumodumo Center that my colleague from the Department of Tourism made reference to. This is a dinosaur interpretation center that we launched in one of our parks, Golden Gate, in June. It has been phenomenal. The interest, the attraction, why this particular picture is it actually shows learners who are entering that museum free of charge. We provided access to all South Africans, free access to all South Africans from June to September of this year. As we speak, about 180 schools have accessed this museum, and about, I'll just check my numbers again, but nevertheless, it has been a very significant driver of South African travelers into that region of the Eastern Free State. I'll just quickly come into differential pricing structure. This is the slide that I was rushing to share with you. And just to take you through, so conservation fees, as I've indicated, our entry fees into the different parks. So let us look at Kruger. The international visitor, international tourist pays 535 per adult per day, whereas the South African citizen pays 128 rand, more or less 76% off. We have a wild card, which is our access card, if I may call it that. We are converting it to a loyalty card, but it is not yet that. For now, I'll call it an access card, where we sell packages of packs combined, that once you buy a wild card, then you have access, unlimited access for a certain period to all the packs that we have within our network of parks. So the wild card for individuals international, priced at 4,160, and for South African citizens, 880. Also, give or take about 79% off. When we undertake our research, we do find that dual pricing or differential pricing is not unique to us. It's implemented by national parks, amongst others, in Kenya, Tanzania, India, and Thailand. As I've indicated, our tourism revenue is very, very critical for maintaining and sustaining SANParks as a whole and its ability to meet its conservation mandate. And that's why, so we've always had to balance between ensuring access for your average South African and ensuring that we're able to generate sufficient revenue to keep the organization going, to ensuring that the organization can meet its mandate. So the revenue from international tourism effectively subsidizes affordable access for South Africans. Because if we're to go a full commercial route, where we are saying we need to earn as much as we can from our tourism business so that we can meet our conservation mandate, as you have seen from some of the prices I've shared with you, the national parks would virtually be inaccessible to your average person. We are constantly looking for other options with regards to how to implement differential pricing, where we can find opportunities to implement differential pricing. We also must just indicate that our product offering in these national parks ranges from public-private partnerships, which tend to run the very high-end side of things, of lodges. We're talking here, lodges that they're very clear, very targeted to the international market. And we have carved a niche for ourselves to say ours is to provide budget accommodation, less expensive accommodation compared to, as I said, that extreme side of the luxury lodges that are run within our parks, yes, but run by private sector. So we have everything from camping facilities to self-catering facilities to meet the needs of our domestic market. We, as I've indicated, continue to look for other ways of creating accessibility for South Africans into our parks. The marketing division is looking at implementing something called a surprise and delight strategy throughout the year, and this would be targeting sites with low demand. We are looking at reviewing our payment terms, diversifying channels and methods of payment, just really in an effort to make it accessible, as well as our terms and conditions for bookings and deposits. We tend to demand a significant deposit at the beginning or at the time when a booking is made, and that in itself provides sometimes an access barrier for some markets. And we are now looking at finding ways and means of balancing, making sure that the deposit and the payment of the booking can happen over an extended period of time to make it a lot more accessible for, as I keep saying, the average South African. Allow me to end there, Chair. There are some slides I have skipped. If you have any questions, I can always go back to the ones that I may not have shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the last presentation before our questions to the TBCSA. Over to the person that will be taking us through the TBSA presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Minister, colleagues from the department, colleagues from SANParks, colleagues from South African Tourism, and other colleagues that are on the call. My name is Chipiwa Chivengo. I'm the CEO of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm here on two issues as per the invitation by the Portfolio Committee. And I'm going to start with the first issue, which is the issue of what is it that we are doing in terms of promoting domestic tourism as the TBCSA. Firstly, I would like to explain what we do as the TBCSA. So the TBCSA, which is the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, it's a body that represents the private sector companies through a direct membership of companies as well as direct membership of associations. In total, we have about 39 members so far. We may be getting the 40th, but let's put it at 39. And majority of our members are associations. And through those associations that we have, that ranges from the Car Rental Association, which is Savrala, the Professional Hunting Association, the Custodian of Professional Hunters, SATSA, ASATA, FEDHASA, and the list goes on and on and on, to the airlines, which is BASA, ASA, and many others that are in the space of attractions, in the space of sustainability, and so forth and so on. So our membership in the main is associations. And underneath those associations, there are direct members, meaning the people that do tourism on the ground, which could be the hotel groups, independent hotels, guest houses, car rental companies, guest lodges, safari lodges, and the list goes on and on and on. We represent about 80% of the industry in terms of our membership. And the main work that we do is advocacy on the policy issues, strategies in terms of marketing strategies, and be it product development, but on a strategic level, be it issues of air access on a strategic level, and so forth and so on. I'm saying this to show that the work that we do is basically at a strategic level, where we ensure that businesses have conducive environment to operate, which means that we do not necessarily and directly get involved in the domestic marketing. If we do get involved, we get involved with the likes of South African tourism, having seen what we need to do and why we need to do it, we do it in collaboration. We never do it in isolation as us alone, because our core job is advocacy. It's making sure the policies are good. It's making sure that strategically we're marketing the destination, both domestically and internationally, and also other strategic things that we need to do from the planning point of view, and so forth and so on. So when it comes to what is it that we are doing as a TBCSA to promote domestic tourism, we are always ready as a private sector to receive domestic tourists. Our members always have campaigns and special that are aimed at anyone who would want to travel around the country, be it booking a car, be it booking a flight ticket, be it staying at a hotel. They do that individually as members, and we don't get involved in their commercial arrangements as an association. So our members, as in those that are running the actual products, are the ones who get involved in the domestic marketing and also in the international marketing of their own products, with the assistance of South African tourism in terms of making sure that there is greater awareness of South Africa as a country, and there's greater awareness of the products that we have in South Africa as a country. That's where we get involved. So from domestic point of view, we have never run a campaign domestically. We may run a campaign in the future to further augment the work that South African tourism is doing, but that's yet to happen. I cannot say that we have ran this or that campaign in the past few years that I've been here. But into the future, there is a huge possibility that we may look into that in consultation with South African tourism to make sure that we are all aligned and to make sure that there is no one who's running a campaign on top of each other, to make sure that we are streamlined, because our goals are the same, is to ensure that as many South Africans are able to travel their own country, and to make sure that we have a geographical spread when it comes to tourism, meaning that people should be able to travel to even less traveled provinces. That's what we encourage, and that's what we'll always encourage going forward in collaboration with South African Tourism as a destination marketing organization for the country. Of course, we also need to work with the provinces because the provinces have the tourism authorities. But again, the provinces work with South African tourism as well, and we need to make sure that all of us are on the same page as well, because they have a role to play as far as the promotion of domestic tourism is concerned as well, including some of the major cities in our country, be it the city of Cape Town, Joburg, the city of Durban, and other secondary cities that may have the tourism function within their local government space. So that's where we are. And I know that there's a question that was asked in terms of differential pricing or dual pricing. This is the issue that has been debated over quite a number of years with business. Even the previous ministers that came, there was a talk about dual pricing. Now, it's an issue that needs to be debated and explored, and on the basis that when we start to talk about dual pricing, we also need to be able to explain why we want to do dual pricing, and whether what is being offered to those that are paying more money is different to those that are paying less money. We also have to look into the issue of input cost, because the input costs are the same. Whether one is a South African traveler or you're a SADC traveler, the input cost is the same from us as a private sector companies. Is the same thing. Electricity price is the same, water price is the same, and so forth and so on. We do know that it's important to ensure that South Africans travel their own country. We know that the base of tourism in this country in terms of the spend is domestic tourism, which is comprised of leisure domestic travel. It's also comprised of business travel, conferencing, and other aspects of domestic travel. So we do know that it's very important that that market continues. Government travel is also quite important in the mix of tourism as part of the domestic tourism. So the business side of domestic tourism, very important. The leisure side of domestic tourism, very important. The conferencing side and other MICE-related travel is also important for for domestic tourism. So we look at it in that way to say all aspects are important. Leisure part of it, it's in the main where the issue of dual pricing usually finds some sort of an expression when there's debates. But we need to keep in mind that if we're going to be putting together or if we're going to be advocating for dual pricing, it has to apply across the board. How is it going to apply in the business side of things? How is it going to apply on the leisure side of things? It's quite important. And how do we administer it is quite important. How do we deal with issues of input cost is quite important. And how do we deal with issues that may come from the PR point of view when the guests are here on the ground in terms of two pricing? How do we deal with it is quite important. And also, how do we benchmark with other countries that have these prices so that we can learn about the pros and the cons of this type, and we can look at our destination and say, are we ready for it? Are we going to be able to administer it or not? I think that's quite important that there is a broader study that is done, and also in that study there are recommendations that we can debate before we enter or venture into that space, and also keeping in mind that we are a different type of an economy, on the main market economy, where businesses determines the price of whatever services or goods that they're selling. We need to keep that in mind as we have these debates and as we put these recommendations onto the table. I can always say that as a private sector, we will participate on those debates. We will bring our own research as and when we do it, and our own opinions on it, and we'll present a unified front to say whether it's going to work or it's not going to work. So we will always come to the party when it comes to that. We do support the dual pricing, especially when you're dealing with issues of the public entities or the public-owned products. It's something that has been presented now by SANParks, and I think it's quite important because when it's a public owned entity, government is involved, and should there be a situation whereby there's a need to put some public funds, government would put public funds. In a private sector, it's different because there is no public funds that may flow into the private sector should the private sector not being able to stand on its own feet. So that's something that we sort of have to have it in our minds when we're having those discussions. The second part of the invitation that I received is an issue around TBCSA. We are requested to provide a reason why TOMSA levy contributions were not paid over to South African tourism for financial year 24-25. And the clarification is sought on the information that the private sector intends withholding payments of TOMSA levy moving forwards due to developments of South African tourism. Perhaps to start off on that, I think it's important that we deal with what governs the relationship between TBCSA, TOMSA, and South African tourism. The relationship is governed by what we call the Memorandum of Agreement, which we sign as a document that guides how the TOMSA funds flows from business to TOMSA to South African tourism. It's governed by that relationship. I must also state that the TOMSA levy was started about 30 years ago now. It's an initiative of the private sector, started by the private sector then, as a way of raising some funds to ensure that South Africa is marketed properly, both domestically and overseas. So it is a fund that when we started it as a private sector, it was to ensure that we have some money to do marketing. And out of that, the relationship between South African tourism and TBCSA and TOMSA was started. And I must say that TOMSA was started by TBCSA as a project of TBCSA. And over a period of time, then TOMSA had its own MOI, Memorandum of Incorporation, and it has its own board as a standalone company, of which I am a board member and the CEO of both entities. Fast forward, I spoke about the relationship that we have between ourselves and SAT on the basis that SAT is the Destination Marketing Organization or the National Destination Marketing Organization. It was decided that it would be better for the money that we collect to be governed by a Memorandum of Agreement and to flow into South African tourism. So over many, many years, 30 years of existence, there is over R1 billion that TOMSA has collected voluntarily to sort of augment the budget of South African tourism. So over R1 billion that has been paid over a period of 30 years. Now, in the last memorandum of agreement that we signed, there were two things that we put on the memorandum of agreement that determines how the money flows or how the money will not flow. One of those things was that if South African tourism gets a qualified audit opinion, it will not be prudent of us to be transferring money into South African tourism if it has an audit, a qualified audit opinion. Number two, we believe that if SAT underspends its own allocated budgets from the department, if there is an underspending or there's money that has been returned back to either Treasury or to the department, we said that it means that the money that we have collected is not needed because there's money that's being returned back. Those are the two conditions that we put and say we'll reserve the right not to pay over the levies if those two things, those two conditions are not met. Now, I have written to South African Tourism to get feedback on those two aspects before any money is transferred to say, is there a qualified audit opinion? Is there an underspending? Is the money that's returned back to the Department of Treasury? And I'm still waiting for the answer from South African Tourism on those two aspects. We have heard through various discussions that came to these committees from the Auditor General, and those are public information, but I have not heard about any audit formally from South African Tourism to us since we wrote that letter, and that is the question that South African Tourism still need to answer back to us. But we have heard from the Auditor General public expressions in various platforms about the SAT audit. Other than that, we have not heard directly from SAT. So if those two conditions are not met, we did say that our the amount of money that we have collected, it will not be paid over to SAT if the money is sent back and also if there's a qualified audit. And those are the two conditions that we've put in. And I know that there has been reports about 500 million and so forth and so on. We have not gone out in public as the TOMSA and TBCSA to say how much money is there. So we have not announced on any money, or the 500 million that has been reported. It's not coming from the TBCSA, nor coming from the TOMSA. Until such time that we come out and say this is how much money for that particular year that we are holding back, the statements that are out there are not reflective of what the TBCSA or TOMSA have said. And lastly, the issues of qualified audit opinion is per year. It's for that particular year. If in the next year there is no qualified audit opinion and there's no money returned back, and everything, all the conditions of the MOA have been met, we have no reason to hold back money. We continue with the work, and even if there is an audit opinion, it doesn't mean that we don't work together. It just means that we cannot move money on the basis of audit opinion, because it will not be good governance from our side to do so. But if in the next year there's no qualified opinion, everything is fine, we are moving, we continue to do. Even if there's a qualified opinion, we still work with South African tourism. We still, plan things together, and we still do things that advances the interest of business and government as far as tourism is concerned. It is still our duty. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, TBCSA, for that presentation. I think when you come back for questions, you should clarify why you don't have a presentation. You might have said it to us, but we had new members in the portfolio committee and who would be wondering why you don't have a presentation in this current platform and presenting through it. So when you come back for questions, just clarify so that the new members we had also understand what is happening. I will now be noting hands from honorable members who want to interact with all the three presentations that were presented. While I am still noting hands, because I'm also a member of the portfolio committee, and the chair just said I must stand in. So I'll come in with my questions while I still note hands in that regard. Minister, the presentation speaks broadly about job creation and the projected increase to 2.3 million jobs by 2029. But currently, tourism jobs are collapsing in many provinces because projects are stalled and provincial entities are dysfunctional. How does the department reconcile the job creation towards targets with the reality that provincial agencies are failing to deliver projects, maintain products, or attract visitors? And where exactly will these new jobs come from if the pipeline is not moving at the provincial level? Again, the infrastructure and maintenance program relies heavily on provincial implementing agencies, but in some provinces, these entities are in crisis and failing in governance, compliance, and delivery. What corrective actions is the department taking to ensure that national tourism projects in these provinces actually move? Because without functional provincial partners, the national pipeline cannot succeed. Again, Minister, the presentation of the department mentions a pipeline of bankable tourism projects and new PPP models. Can the department specify how many of these pipeline projects are actually shovel-ready? How many are stuck because provinces cannot prepare proper feasibility studies? And what is the failure rate of projects submitted by provinces versus those that are approved? Minister, the reality on the ground is that the only destinations consistently promoted locally and internationally are Cape Town, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal, and occasionally Kruger National Park. The rest of the country, including rural and township tourism, remains invisible. How does the department justify this imbalance, and what concrete strategies exist to ensure that provinces like Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga, beyond Kruger, Limpopo, Free State, and Northern Cape are not left behind? The presentation lacks details why are there no numbers on how many jobs have actually been created, which provincial projects have progressed or failed, which communities have benefited? Because, Minister, we cannot do oversight, or we cannot oversee the department effectively if we are only given policy statements without real performance data. Slide 16 speaks about community-based tourism initiatives, but in most provinces, these projects collapse because communities receive infrastructure without operational support or marketing. How is the department ensuring that these community projects do not become abandoned sites, especially in provinces with weak tourism agencies? You would remember, Minister, that we did oversight recently in Gauteng, and I'm from a province called Mpumalanga. So those are somehow the agencies that I refer to because I would have done oversight in those two. But I know that there are other agencies, like the Northwest one is also failing. So that is why I keep on referring to these agencies. And lastly, the provincial tourism agencies are key to the one tourism approach, but many of them are failing financially and administratively. Has the national department assessed the performance of provincial agencies in relation to national tourism objectives, and what interventions will be put in place if provinces continue to underperform? And then lastly, Minister, from where I'm seated, tourism in South Africa is not doing very well overall. The success we see is concentrated in a few world-renowned destinations, while many provinces are regressing. Does the department acknowledge this imbalance, and what emergency interventions are in place to revive stagnating and collapsing provincial tourism sectors? Those would be my questions as I continue to chair the meeting. I will now note the hand of Honorable Likaraba. Let me just write down my Honorable Likaraba, Honorable Ishmael, Honorable Buthelezi, Honorable Linde, Honorable Mashabela, is your hand up, Mama? Yourself and Honorable Tito, are you on the platform?
Yes, my hand is up, correct.
You will come after Honorable Linde, Mama. And then Honorable Moodley, is your hand up?
Yes, ma'am. You
will come after Honorable Mashabela. Then it's going to be Honorable Tito. And then lastly, it is going to be, I see that there's a hand of Honorable Passon after Honorable Tito. And then lastly will be Honorable Mayechwe. So in that order, Honorable Likaraba, you can come in.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity given to me. Let me start by saying greetings to you, Chair, and the Secretary, the honorable members, Minister, GM, the NDT, SANParks, and TBCSA. Good morning. I'll start with the department. After the presentation given here, what strategies and initiatives has the Department of Tourism and authorities put in place to promote domestic tourism during the upcoming summer holiday peak? And how will these plans ensure increased local travel, improve visitor experience, and support economic growth in key destinations? The other one is the same as you've asked, Honorable Chair, about the 3 provinces that are doing pretty well in terms of tourism growth and the visitors number. Now we can see Mpumalanga is coming as the 4th one. What strategies are in place to reduce over-tourism in those 3 provinces and cities around? And what strategies are in place to make sure that those underperforming provinces are getting improved? The last one on NDT, Chair. is given the complexity of dual pricing, will government explore a reasonable approach to make tourism affordable to South Africans through developing a dual pricing policy framework? Coming to SANParks, I have 3 questions to ask after the presentation. What factors or technical issues contributed to the Google Maps error that incorrectly labeled the Kruger National Park as the proposed Skukuza National Park? The second one is the impact. What impact has the misinformation about a supposed name change of the Kruger National Park had on both local and international tourists in terms of visitors' confidence, travel planning, and overall perceptions of South Africa's tourism sector? Lastly, did the SANParks undertake any formal research or impact assessment to determine how potential name change of the Kruger National Park will affect the tourism industry, including both domestic and international visitors' number, brand recognition, and overall economic contribution? Lastly, on the presentation by the TBCSA, I think on this one, Tom Salevi, today at least we are cleared on why the funds are not transferred to the SAT. But my question is, what is the TBSA doing to improve occupancy rates in South Africa, especially during the low season or off seasons, given that the tourism market in South Africa is mostly priced for the international market? What is the TBSA doing to address affordability by the South African? The last one, what are the measures in place to track and measure success of the tourism market efforts, such as the Short Left campaign? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Likaraba. Honorable Ishmael, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody on the platform. I just have a few questions. My first set of questions is to the department and SAT. How will government address potential risks and challenges associated with the 1 billion rand investment-ready opportunities presented at the SA Tourism Investment Summit? And how are you going to ensure the return on investment with regard to the 1 billion rand investment? I think that is key, because we can say we're going to be doing A, B, C, D, E, but we don't actually address the risks on time. And it's no use having a 1 billion rand investment when you're not going to be measuring the return on investment specifically. And I think that's where we would like to get a report back on this. Secondly is, what are you going to do differently to monitor and evaluate the financial performance of infrastructure projects to ensure that they meet the intended objectives? And what steps will be taken to ensure that infrastructure projects prioritize community engagement and benefits for local communities? We know we've done so many oversight visits, and we are seeing white elephants. We are seeing areas where local and municipal spheres of government are not involved. We are seeing that there's been no community engagements, and it's no use saying, we're going to be exploring more infrastructure projects and we welcoming more infrastructure projects if you can't get the basics right. And that leads to my next question. What measures are you putting in place to ensure that financial feasibility studies are thorough and accurate for tourism infrastructure projects? And how will you address the challenges in delivering infrastructure projects on time and within budget, considering past delays and cost overruns? And I want to stress cost overruns, because this is taxpayers' monies, and we are having many reports where the starting point of the infrastructure project is one date, and then it just overlaps, and then that's at the cost of taxpayers before we can even get the potential outcome of these projects. And then again, what specific measures will you take to ensure that these infrastructure projects that look all very good, I must say, is welcomed, but that these are actually financially sustainable and are actually contributing to job creation, skilled job creation, because we were hearing that, we're going to be improving our job creation numbers, but it's yet to be seen whether these are actually going to be delivered. I like the numbers that has been, that the minister spoke about, but I want to really see how it's going to be, develop and how we're going to achieve those outcomes. And then what role will public-private partnerships play in ensuring the successful delivery of infrastructure projects in South Africa's tourism sector? And then my next question again, how will you address the potential challenges in implementing the Budget Resort Network program? And lastly, to the department and SAT, what strategies are in place to promote sustainable tourism practices in South Africa's domestic tourism sector? And how will you measure the impact of the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan on job creation and economic growth? To SANParks, I only have a few questions. How does SANParks plan to leverage digital marketing and online platforms to attract more tourists? And I'm asking this because I think we need to somehow, attract tourists to the other parks, as compared to the overrun, if I could say, at the Kruger National Park. And then secondly, what infrastructure upgrades are planned or currently underway in SANParks? And how are you working with provinces? I think the chairperson actually highlighted where our provincial boards are actually not functioning properly or are having some sort of challenges. So how are you actually going to be discussing and collaborating with the provinces to actually manage these parks? We've had many reports from tourists around collapsing infrastructure, etc. And this is obviously affecting the visitor experience. I've actually got 2 or 3 emails that I've now directed to the provinces to say, what are you guys going to be doing to actually address these matters? But I think from the national level, we would like to know what are you doing to maybe assist and address. And then how does SANParks ensure that tourism infrastructure development aligns with conservation goals and minimizes environmental impact? I think this is key. And then what measures are being taken to improve accessibility and safety for visitors in SANParks National Parks? To the TBCSA, thank you for your clarity on the TOMSA levies. And I must say, I totally agree with the reasons on your memorandum of agreement or understanding with the department. But I only have 2 questions for you, sir. I note that TBCSA has given the TTCSA around 5.2 million rand. Could you maybe advise us how you as TBC actually ensure that these funds are used and aligned to the GNU priorities and ensure return on investment? I specifically asked this question is because when they came to address our portfolio committee meeting, they mentioned the amount that they're receiving from you, but I asked them as well as to their KPIs and how are they actually going to be spending that budget, to actually achieve the outcomes that we would like. And then what legislative and policy frameworks does TBSA think should be introduced or improved to grow tourism in South Africa? And just a matter of understanding and maybe clarity, I would just like to know, how do you actually measure, or you have highlighted your objectives as a TBCSA, but considering that you really do work with collaboration of with the private sector, how do you actually measure the impact of tourism, whether it be domestic or international for that matter, on our economic growth, the economic growth of the country? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ishmael. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members, and as well as the entities that are with us today in this meeting. I'm going to be starting with SANParks. I only have 2 questions to them. My first one would be, what interventions are in place to manage visitor congestions in heavily utilized areas of the Kruger National Park? And another one would be, with South Africans comprising 65% of SANParks visitors, what measures are being implemented to further grow the domestic markets, especially where accommodating remains unsold? And then I will go to the Department of Tourism. I also have 2 questions to them as well. I think I always ask this question. Now I'm going to be nonsense. How is the department working to ensure that the private sector better understand the domestic tourism trends and behavior? And my second one will be, beyond strategic planning, how do the department, SA Tourism and TPCSA work together in practice to promote domestic tourism as well? And then I will go to TPCSA. Thank you for the well-presentative presentation. My question will be, what joint domestic tourism efforts are being undertaken with the Department of Tourism and SA Tourism? And then the other one was going to be the funds, but then my honorable colleagues have already answered it. But then another one would be, how is TPCSA supporting municipalities, provinces, and tourism products to grow domestic demand? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. And Honorable Linde, you're next.
Chairperson, thank you very much, colleagues. Good morning, and all. Thank you very much to all the presentations. Can I start with TBSA, Chairperson? Just to one thing actually is, can TBSA please present to our portfolio committee a report on all its operations, its financials, successes, challenges, etc. for the past financial year, and maybe some outlooks for the next financial year, so that we can have can see all the collaborations with private entities as well as government, specifically the Department of Tourism. Chairperson, on the department's domestic presentation, I have a few questions and comments, and it's actually interesting that nobody has or the minister hasn't touched on the fact that there's a significant decrease in the domestic day trips, from 143 million in 2023 to 123 million in 2024. So it's about 20 million trips drop that we see. So, and that's quite concerning. So my question is, what specific analysis has the department conducted to understand the sharp decline in the day trips, which are a crucial indicator of affordable, accessible tourism for the majority of South Africans? Are there economic pressures like rising food prices and the primary cause? And also, Chair, in the preferred presentation, what are the non-tourism partners that are referred to in the first part of this presentation? While the budget resort network is commendable, the presentation lacks a time-bound deliverables and clear-costed implementation. So the reliance on, and I quote, significant investment over a more extended period is, it sounds like a delay tactic for a program that's actually very urgently needed. So, Chair, can the department provide this committee with a detailed implementation plan for the budget resort network, including the specific measurable targets for the number of resorts to be operational in the 2025, 2026, and the 2026-2027 financial years, and the precise budget allocation for this its establishments? The presentation notes the amended National Treasury Regulation 16 as an enabler for the PPPs. Yet the listed flagship projects like God Window, Skywalk, etc., appear to be large-scale in capital intensive ventures. So there's a risk that these projects may not directly address the immediate need for affordable, low-margin, high-volume tourism infrastructure. So how does the department ensure that its investment pipeline and sum and balance these large flagship projects with smaller, more immediately actionable PPPs focused on upgrading and maintaining existing community-based tourism assets to make them more viable and profitable? Chair, the success story, and it was very interesting on the Dinosaur Center. It's impressive. But its sustainability is brought into question by the note that entrance was free for the first 3 months, which is great. And the October revenue was only 300,000 Rand. So what is a projected financial sustainability model for this and other similar state-funded tourism projects? Can the department share the business plan that demonstrates how this asset of the Dinosaur Center will become self-funding and not a perpetual drain on the public purse? Last question on this presentation, Madam Chair, is the way forward. It emphasizes the demand-led skills training, but there's no detail. So the high unemployment rate makes it critical that the department's training programs are directly linked to actual job opportunities within the tourism sector. How is the department working with the private sector to identify specific current skill shortages, hospitality management, tour guides, digital marketing for the SMEs, and tailoring its training programs to fill these gaps rather than offering generic training? So, Chair, I want to propose here that the department benchmark this plan against global leaders to reveal the significant gaps in depth, tactical innovation, and in leveraging powerful proven tools. Chairperson, then just quickly on SANParks. Thank you for the presentation. I think we all love SANParks, but there's some critical questions that I do want to ask. So on the cross-subsidization model, it's noted and it is essential, but the presentation lacks concrete data on the net financial impact. So we need to understand if the significant discounts for locals, and that's up to 85%, are fully offset by international revenue, or if this model creates long-term financial dependency that may not be sustainable. So SANParks should actually commission a cost-benefit analysis of the differential pricing model to ensure it's financial sustainable without requiring future bailouts from the national fiscus. Chair, we note the 30% of accommodation inventory that goes unsold annually. This represents significant loss of revenue. What are the park-specific annual occupancy rate targets for the next 3 years? What key performance indicators have been set for management to address the wastage, and how will performance be measured and reported? Will it report it to our portfolio committee, for instance? Chair, on the Wild is Our Backyard campaign, it's actually a very exciting campaign, but I see there's a return of investment of 101 million Rand. However, the methodology for calculating this ROI is not disclosed. So for proper parliamentary oversight, we need to ensure that public funds are being spent effectively. And SANParks should provide a detailed breakdown of how the 101 million Rand ROI was calculated, including the total campaign cost, and define what constitutes a conversion in this context to allow for standardized assessment of future campaigns. See, it's a mouthful, but this is my last question to SANParks. While Section 24 of the Constitution grants the right to healthy environment, it does not explicitly grant a right to discounted access to national parks. The legal basis for differential pricing is more accurately founded in the promotion of the Administrative Justice Act and principles of redress, rather than a direct constitutional mandate. That is something I want the SANParks to note. So here's my comment to SANParks. Perhaps SANParks should, in consultation with the state law or our legal advisors, prepare a formal legal opinion that clearly outlines the robust constitutional and statutory foundations for this differential pricing policy to shield it from potential legal challenges, because I think that might be coming in the future. Chairperson, thank you very much. Once again, I enjoyed the presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Linda. Honorable Mashabela.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Renelo Mashabela from the EFF. I'm a member of this committee. Chair, the reality is that the provincial parks are in a state of collapse. And being cognizant of the constitutional powers of provinces on tourism and conservation matters, is there a way in which SANParks can assist, collaborate, or take over some provincial parks to ensure that wildlife and nature experience of tourists are not diluted? Given the fluctuations in the occupancy rate at SANParks facilities and the 30% accommodation inventor that is not sold per annum, does SANParks think that dual pricing as government policy can assist in increasing domestic tourism? The last one, Chair, given that the impact of the South African National Parks Week, which yields about 100,000 visitors to the parks, would SANParks consider extending such initiatives? For example, having such a campaign annually throughout September as a tourism month campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashabela. Honorable Moodley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Firstly, the Thompson Fund, 500 million. It's citing that the minister has made a mistake by firing the board. I think the minister must now have bilateral talks with his people and see if we can get the 500 million back. I think we need that money. That's the first thing. The second thing is a question to Dr. Sefoko, if I don't know if I got that right. We talk about everything else, but we're forgetting that we have 12 heritage sites, UNESCO heritage sites. And I think you've been talking about that. You have a site there that nothing's getting done there. We talk about 3 provinces. The other provinces are left out for some reason. We need to spend more money in the other provinces so that people can visit the other provinces like Mpumalanga and Limpopo, Northwest. Nothing's been done there. It's only KZN, Western Cape, and I think Mpumalanga, I think it is. But the question to Dr. Sefoko is, we have these 12 heritage sites, nothing's been done. There is any money, nobody's talking about any money has been set aside for the upkeep and infrastructure for these heritage sites. There's no talk, nobody's speaking about it. Maybe a couple of meetings that I was in hospital that I missed that they spoke about these UNESCO heritage sites. I know you can have these sites, but if you don't keep them or upkeep them, you're not going to get people going there. The roads, the infrastructure. Like the one in KZN, the Mahatma Gandhi heritage sites, the roads are terrible, it's filthy. I don't think anybody goes there, but it's one of the heritage sites in South Africa, and we have 12 of them. I want to know how much money is set aside. I don't know if Dr. Sefoko is the right person that I must ask, because I never see them mention it at all. So please, can somebody tell me who we should ask this question to? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moodley. Honorable Tito. Honorable Tito Ukona.
Network problem, Chair.
Okay, tell her to send you her questions and then you'll ask on her behalf. We move to Honorable Basson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am 99.9% covered by all the previous speakers. Excellent questions that came out from all the committee members. I also just have one more question to add. The SANParks. If we can have a look at a system, yes, we can't be expecting people to be visiting the parks for free all the time, which is obvious. We also need to make money to maintain the parks. We can't just be standing with empty hands in front of government asking them to fill up all the time. We need to get to a system where we start working for ourselves as well. But some of these parks are really expensive, and some of these parks are really not worth going to visit at these prices. If we can have a total review of all the parks and where we stand on the maintenance and the plan forward, and the second one is the money being sent back. It makes absolutely no sense how money can be sent back. We are in dire need of upgrades, upliftment. Even on our oversight, we saw some of our buildings, never seen something like that before. And we expect the public to come and pay, to come and see the culture, to come and see the history, to come and visit our museums. If we can please just have more clarity of why money has been sent back, what projects has not been completed, and what is the reason for that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Basson. And lastly will be Honorable Maejo.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Minister Delil, the delegation from the department, the SANParks, as well as the TBCSA. Chair, let me start with the SANParks. I've been in a few national parks, and my observation in my visit on these national parks was the shock of my life in terms of the things that I've seen, particularly the so-called private tourist destination areas within the SANParks. And I need a clarity here to Mehapilwe in particular. What is the difference between these private tourist destination areas that are within the national parks? Why I'm asking the difference is that what is it that they are doing differently from the national parks? Because you will find that they are the same standards in terms of the animals. The tourist will come there and see the very same animals, yet you have a private property inside the national parks. Or is that part of a triple P? The number one. Number two is, if it's not, have you given a lease agreement for these private property owners in a form of private destination areas? In some parks, you have a hotel within national parks that is privately owned. And I need to understand the patterns of ownership. Actually, is the national parks the sole owner of these properties that you find in the national parks, or it's a dual ownership of some sort? And the last question will be on the very same concern that I have observed, is that you find that the very same private property owners within the national parks, they will prevent visitors that are entering the national parks not to go to a particular area, because you will be told that is owned by the very same private tourist owners. So that will be my clarity. And then coming back to the department and the minister, Honorable Chair, I would like to pose the following questions, particularly Honorable Minister, given the department's P strategy, which is aimed at uplifting infrastructure in the previously marginalized areas. How do you plan to ensure that these infrastructure developments not only benefit local communities, but they also create meaningful employment opportunities and stimulate economic empowerment for the previously marginalized, thereby addressing the stark disparities in economic opportunities and growth between these areas, and especially in more developed regions. Furthermore, Honorable Minister and the department, what are specific measures will the department take to ensure that local communities are equipped with the necessary skills and training to take up employment opportunities arising from these infrastructure developments? And what targets, obviously, that you have been set to ensure that a significant proportion of the jobs created benefit the local population? And lastly, on this, the department and the minister, how does the department plan to monitor and evaluate the impact of this triple PPP in these infrastructure developments on the local economy, including the communities that you find there, and what indicators will be used to measure the success of these initiatives in promoting economic inclusion and reducing poverty in the very same areas? Now, Chair, coming to the presentation of Ms. Mashoto, I will go straight through from slide 8, slide 9, slide 10, and I will pose the questions in terms of this presentation. That how can the small businesses in small towns and villages capitalize on the growing domestic tourism market in South Africa? And what specific opportunities exist for them to increase their share of tourist trips and spend, considering the government's priorities on transformation and inclusive growth? And the second question will be, what strategies is South African tourism implementing to ensure that our national parks and tourist attractions remain affordable? Because in your presentation, you are not necessarily comprehensively outlining and giving us a proper breakdown in terms of the price list of the affordability for local tourists, particularly during the peak season, to encourage more South Africans to explore their own country. You are only giving us a high-level principles to say what then the South African tourism, as well as yourself, needs to do to at least consider the local tourist people to tour their country. That will be the second question. But the last question will be, given the government's efforts to promote domestic tourism and make our national parks and attraction more accessible, how do you plan to ensure that local businesses, particularly from the small dorpies, and here we speak about the small and medium-sized enterprises, are able to capitalize on these opportunities and compete effectively with the established conglomerates in the tourism sector, thereby contributing to inclusive economic growth and job creation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayecho. Comrade Moodley, can you please switch off your mic? Honorable Moodley. Thank you very much, Honorable Maeto. I'll now hand over back to the department to you, Minister, then for the responses. And also, Minister, a clarity, I think it was Honorable Moodley who asked or raised this question that regarding heritage sites, we're often told heritage sites are of the Department of Sports, but there are other heritage sites that the department speaks of. For instance, Robben Island, the department would mention Robben Island. I think also the human cradle of life, something like that. Some of those, Honorable Moodley, you are disturbing us. Honorable Buthelezi, please call Honorable Moodley and tell him to switch off his mic, or I'll request Utisang to just remove him. So please also clarify the issue of heritage sites, because sometimes we would get that heritage sites are of the Department of Sports, but again, they do come to us, especially when we do oversight as the Tourism Portfolio Committee, because they also attract these tourists. So when you go, especially in these small dorpies, they are there, and them being in these small dorpies expect something from them. They expect to see tourists coming in, they expect to see them being maintained, they expect to see all of those things. Can you just also, for the sake of the public and society in large, Honorable Minister, please also clarify the role of the Department of Tourism in the heritage sites in our country. Over to you for the responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, Honourable Members, for the questions. What I want to propose, Honourable Chair, is that we start with SANParks and to answer their questions and follow the agenda of the committee to answer the questions first, and then I will come in after that with my responses. So through you, Chair, if I can ask the delegation first of South African Tourism to answer their questions, and then we can move over to the Department of Tourism and then SANParks, if that is fine with you. And then I will make the closing remarks, and Deputy Minister also, if she has got some closing remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. You can proceed in that way.
Thank you. So I will ask the delegation from South African Tourism to respond to all the administrative questions that were put to you by the committee. Honorable, SA Tourism, over to you.
Minister, I am on. I just want to check if the chair wants to take some of the questions, and then some I will take. I think I will.
Can you proceed?
I will proceed, Minister. There's a couple of questions that were asked. One is the measures for the short-lived campaign. In terms of that, as you noticed in the presentation that we did, we measure mainly on the number of trips and the spend. So when we do the short-lived campaign, yes, we do measure the reach, the stuff that is marketing related. So maybe let me switch my video on. So when we look at the short-lived campaign, we do look at how the brand actually performs. If you remember from what I presented, I did mention that in terms of the brand, 89% of the people said that from looking at the brand, they were inspired to actually take trips. So that's one of the things. But what the biggest measure for us is how many trips were taken and what the spend was. And as I mentioned, yes, we are sitting on 31 million on trips, which is 5% more, where I do agree, and I will say that we have a decrease on day trips. That is a fact. And the decrease on day trips is when we went into COVID, day trips were the thing that was the main element of travel, purely because people did not want to stay in other places. So now that we've moved from that, we're seeing an increase in overnight and a decrease in day trips. I do want to state quite like very seriously that we were sitting on very, very high trips. So in 2022, we were on 138% increase in trips. And I think my colleague from SANParks mentioned, because it was only domestic tourism that was operating, we increased fundamentally. So it is expected that we are not going to be sitting on the same trips as we were in 2022, which was 24 million trips. And we are sitting on 31 million trips at the moment. So we are still quite good on that. So that is the decrease. In terms of day trips, yes, we have seen the day trips. And the day trips decrease is because now people are moving back into overnight trips. We were sitting in 2022 at 169% increase in day trips. That's because of what the situation was at that particular point in time. We are seeing a 6% decrease in day trips right now, but we are coming from 169 based on that. That's the first thing I will answer. The second thing is there's a question on non-tourism partners. What we do is that it is imperative for us to ensure that we move the budget that we currently have and work with other partners. So as an example, we've had a lot of car companies come and work with us because road trips are a very, very big thing when it comes to domestic tourism. When you look at the stats, the two main areas that people actually travel on, one is by taxi, is using their own car or someone else's car. We are entering into a partnership with SANTACO, and this partnership is mainly to get us to one ensure. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I? Oh, sorry. Apologies. I think. Apologies. So, in our working with SANTACO, the biggest thing that we said to SANTACO is that we are very cognizant of the fact that people don't want to take taxis because they are unsafe, and also they do not understand the workings of taxis. So SANTACO then asked us to then train them, and it gets to another question that was asked, to actually train them on how do they then ensure that they can take people into different areas, and they can say, we are in Mpumalanga and this is what you can do in Mpumalanga. So that is what we're working with SANTACO on. We have also gotten into work with Shosholo Zamail, where the work with Shosholo Zamail was to showcase that you can go to KZN and sleep over on a train safely and still enjoy the scenery of that. So that's the work that we are doing to ensure that we showcasing short lift in different elements and also showcasing transport in different elements. In terms of the working with the private sector, I did showcase the 719 deals that we actually have. And the deals that we have that are 719 are because of the work that we do to actually work. We do quite a lot of work with TBCSA. We do a lot of work with different associations, and we do a lot of work with our provinces in order to ensure that we get as much trade. And that's why we have 719 deals on our page. So we do, and we also do that with Department of Tourism. One of the questions that I think was asked, when we went with the honorable members in the different areas in Gauteng, one of the things we did recognize is infrastructure. We are struggling with promoting particular areas that have infrastructure issues. It is something that we need assistance on so that we can promote those areas, because we do not have the ambit of control, if I could put it that way, to actually deal with that. So what we will be doing is working with different municipalities to assist us in that, so that when we do promote those areas, we know that the areas are in the condition that we can actually promote. And I think honorable members that we were together with would understand what I'm talking about. In terms of strategies on affordability, as honorable members, minister, CEOs, you are very well aware that we work very, very closely on Travel Week. And Travel Week is about that. When we started Travel Week, the whole idea around Travel Week was, one, to promote affordability, and two, we were hoping that it would create what SANParks Mayor Hapilwe has done very well, is to do the dual pricing, because that is the one thing we were very well aware of from the research that we've done, that South Africans are saying that why are you pricing us the same way as people who are coming in with dollars? So, you know, it works very well for us, and we work very well with SANParks. Just so you know, we do work with them, and we promote the SANParks Week, but also SANParks also comes in and works with us very closely when it comes to Travel Week. So that is the whole purpose of Travel Week, to ensure that we promote affordability. And it has helped us on other campaigns. As I mentioned, we're doing a summer campaign, a festive season campaign that we are running now, and we are getting great deals from the trade on that. In terms of inclusive growth, we have a very, very, very serious collaboration with Satovito, and I think that's going to answer that with the small businesses and the villages that we're working with. So the work that we're doing, I just came back from the conference with Satovito. We are doing work with them. We are going across the country, so we will be in every single province, where we are going to firstly promote that they join the Short Left campaign, but also understand the nuances of the different villages and townships, so that we can understand how you promote KZN versus how you promote Mpumalanga is completely different. So that is what we are going to be doing. We're doing that from January to March. We're going to all the different provinces in collaboration with Satovito, which promotes the different villages and townships in the country, so that we can also have a good understanding, so that when we do our APP for the next year, we understand how we are going to actually market short-lived. I think, in terms of ensuring training and skills, as part of the work that we do, we go around the country. We do it in collaboration with the Department of Tourism. We do it with the provinces themselves, where we actually do training and development to the different tourism partners so that they, one, understand how to package for South Africans, because we've got the research, but also to get them on the short-lived platform. So that is something that we already are doing. I believe I've answered all the questions. I'm not sure if I've missed any.
Thank you. I think you must just make sure your list, if there are any outstanding ones. I will now ask the Department of Tourism to respond to some of the questions. Doc.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you, Chair and committee members, for the questions. I have structured some of the questions together, and I will refer to the honorable members who would have asked the questions so that they are audited like that. But I will also give my colleague, Olani Dlamini, who's on the call, with regard to some of the infrastructure issues and sustainability thereof. To start with, the question related to geographic spread and spatial transformation broadly, as Mashudu was mentioning, the Satovito coordination. In infrastructure and maintenance, it is done in various ways. So one of them is from a planning point of view. So we have noticed that the current infrastructure projects we have and maintenance projects we have might not necessarily represent at that level of geographic spread. So we are very deliberate in how that gets done, because we understand that that is the primary role of our department. So from as Honorable Flongo mentioned, and as Honorable Lehaba mentioned about rural and township tourism and what are we doing to advance spatial transformation in those spaces. So in terms of coordination, obviously Satovito is part of that process. But from a planning point of view, we have undertaken to develop tourism spatial master plans. This should not be confused with the tourism sector master plan, which the department has, which is one of the sectoral strategies or plans we have. But the tourism spatial master plans are earmarked primarily for those provinces that are less visited. And in this case, the first iteration was on the Eastern Cape, in the Wild Coast, and the 3 other master plans in the Northern Cape. And so that is just the first iteration, but you will appreciate that there's a deliberate effort to ensure that that happens. So that's the first way it can happen. And that those tourism master plans, spatial master plans, are being, the modalities of implementing them are being discussed at the level of DDM through SALGA. And then we have the villages, townships and small dorpies as an area that we are still working on as we are continuing with that area of work. And from a small dorpies point of view, obviously we're working on the STR, which is the Small Town Regeneration Program with SALGA. And we have implemented a lot of projects in that regard. So, from a rural tourism point of view, I know that the department is discussing how the rural tourism strategy that we have can be reviewed, so that it again focuses on this issue of geographic spread and how we become deliberate about that. From a township tourism point of view, We are modeling that area of work on the basis of Gauteng, which has done a lot of interesting work, and we are trying to massify that work across the country, as we have already started with several of these, and just to mention a few, from Tanzania to Alishiwi and the others. So that leverages on the current destination planning tools that we have, for instance, the destination planning manual, as well as the precinct planning process that allows us to actually enter those spaces and develop tourism in that regard. So that is to geographic spread. With regard to questions about investment, and the first question is about from Honorable Hlongo, about the success and failures of these projects that we have outlined in the pipeline that we have presented. I think the context of this process is not at this point, we are not yet at the point at which we can monitor and evaluate to say what has been successful or not. We just started with the pipeline. So the context is, how do we get these projects in the space, get them to be exposed to investors that can invest in them, and show and to Honorable Linda about the ROI, not only in financial terms, but also in jobs terms, as well as community participation terms, that those get done. So again, the pipeline is deliberate on those elements that the evaluation committee is currently dealing with, because for evaluation, we are currently using the multi-criteria model, which focuses on both the economic side, financial side, as well as the social aspects. So the context is not to look at whether it's successful or failed. At this point, it's about how do we progressively get them into the space. And the key element of that here is project preparation. Most of these that have not gotten into the 8, which are already investment ready, as we mentioned, are progressively going to be supported through, through project preparation, and so that they can be able to ascend at the level at which they are now investment ready and can attract investment once they have been prepared to do so. So that eventually then we go back and say, monitoring and evaluation wise, have we been successful in those issues to do with financial targets, the economic targets, as well as the social aspects. That is on the pipeline. So the detail of these projects, as we now have at 54, we have we have 3 different baskets. So the first basket will be the 8 that are investment ready, and we have outlined that, and that will go along with the jobs in construction as well as the jobs in operation. But then the second bit will be about those that just did not make it, and we've bundled them together as to how they can be improved to be in the next in the first page. And then the last one is those that require a little bit of more time for us to work with over a period of time. And we'll, as Honorable Minister mentioned earlier, that we will be having at a platform level or investment promotion level, we'll be having the Tourism Investment Summit every year, so that at least as something, an event that we directly host ourselves, but over and above that, most of this project will also be promoted at other platforms as well. So that is to the investment area of work with regard to successes and failures and how we progressively implement the proper pipeline going forward in that way. Then the third cohort of issues relate to what several honorable members have mentioned about the budget resort and I will refer to Honorable Linde on the detailed implementation plan. I will refer to Honorable Ishmael on the way in which we are planning to do this, and through the amended PPP regulations, sorry, and how we plan to do that. I think those are in the two main ones. So the point that I mentioned earlier, honorable members, that we are in an infant stage, we are in an exploratory stage on this program. Therefore, to the point of implementation plan, the implementation plan will be the output of the institutional arrangements that we are currently on, which are the modalities to say, how will we exactly implement this? And part of the discussions are with all different kind of partners, whether they are DFIs, or development financial institutions, whether they are public entities such as Infrastructure SA, which relates to project preparation as the main issue on both the investment side and this budget review program. So those modalities, once it is slightly clearer as to which partners, how we move with them forward, then we will outline the implementation plan, which will be shared with the committee, so that to Honorable Linde's point of view about what are the deliverables, the timelines, as well as the targets that we're looking at and the activities we're looking at. So that will be outlined in that. So the current process is to outline those modalities so that the output of that process is then a detailed implementation plan. To Honorable Ishmael about how, at least for now, as we envisage it, that the budget result will be looking at from a PPP point of view. We did mention that PPPs obviously are for large scale projects, and with blended finance we can do small projects, and for the most part the small projects will be concession. That will be the way we look at it, because now it is a little bit much more easier within the current amended regulations that will be allowed to do that. So that will affect both the investment pipeline as well as the budget resort network. And I think to Honorable Moodley about, okay, I'm now coming to infrastructure in general and maintenance program. And I think several issues have been raised about the current performance of this program, as well as the sustainability of what we are now closing out and handing over. But to Honorable Moodley specifically about the heritage sites, and I will speak to that a little bit, and then I will allow my colleague Kolani Dlamini to go into a little bit more detail on the program itself. So with regard to the performance of the program, honorable members, and Honorable Fongo's question about that, is that we have already taken the steps to correct what was projects that were sitting within our portfolio for a very long time, since the social responsibility program up to now. So if I were to look at the past 2-3 years of those corrective measures that were put in place, we are happy to report that I have turned the corner, honorable members. And as I mentioned earlier, we are closing out most of these, and they are being handed over to the respective owners or public entities or communities. So that has already been done. And to the question about sustainability, we are also currently exploring that model. So some of these will be the subset, especially the community-based ones, will be a subset of the budget resort network. However, there will be other exit strategies that are currently being explored in terms of our sustainability model. That is an APP indicator in our planning process to ensure that that is outlined as detailed as it can be, so that these benefits actually get to accrue to owning entities, including communities. And lastly, from my side, it's related to the heritage sites. To Honorable Moodley's point about the dilapidation of most of these, and why there is no focus on these And to the earlier question about geographic spread, that this where focus has been mainly in the three main provinces that are most visited. As just to say that to Honorable Mundli and other members on this call, that this has been a deliberate effort of the department since 2017. So it was clear that World Heritage Sites are to be prioritized. That's the first. And the intervention of the department in these is not preservation, because there are three areas in these World Heritage Sites as they are managed by the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. In my previous life, I used to work at the Cradle of Humankind and understood that the tourism role is not preservation, and that will be the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, in conjunction with some of the executive authorities within those spaces, be it agriculture, economic development, and so on. So ours is development and promotion. So we develop tourism infrastructure, or infrastructure that is specific to support tourism growth within those spaces, and also that we get involved in the promotion of or destination marketing elements of how we channel people to those spaces. So those are the two areas of work, or two ways in which we do that. And so to then go back to, in finality, to Honorable Mundli about where and what are you doing with regard to this right now. So we have already developed a lot of tourism infrastructure in most of these World Heritage Sites in the past. In the current situation or financial year, we are looking at 5 of the 12 condition assessments being conducted in 5 of the 12. And to geographic spread, we have Robben Island, we have Rachtersveld, we have Cradle of Humankind, we have Mapungu, Komani, and Makapans, as well as Taung. So you will see that we have Northern Cape, Limpopo, generally, Gauteng, and Western Cape. But most are from Northern Cape as well as Limpopo. So I think, contrary to common belief that the efforts are not as geographically spread, just to correct that view, that they actually are, and we're being quite deliberate in most of these. And these, we believe, are the ones that, for now, need this conditional assessment. And to the point that Honorable Tongo talked about earlier, if I remember, about proper planning, so that we don't run into, I'm just trying to see, one of the members talked about feasibilities, and that these conditional assessments are there to safeguard against poor planning, because that's what we have learned in the past, that some of these projects might have been developed without proper planning. So conditional assessments are to get a clear view of what is happening in that space, and then to be able to move forward in that regard. I will give at this point a chance to my colleague to talk to the infrastructure program as a whole, and the sustainability thereof. Clearly, through you, Minister.
Thank you, Dr. Sefogo. Good day to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, committee members, Minister, Deputy Minister, CEOs present, as well as the DDGs and colleagues. I will start with the question from Honorable Ismail in relation to the monitoring and evaluation of the infrastructure projects and the benefits to local communities to avoid these projects becoming white elephants. I think my response will also deal with the question from the chairperson as well as Honorable Mayecho. As Dr. Sefogo had indicated, the department is currently developing a sustainability framework to ensure that communities or owning entities are able to operate facilities once handed over back to them, and at the same time ensure that these facilities are self-sustaining. This particular document is actually work that is still in progress, so it is not finalized as yet. And what we realized as the department is that the key challenge faced by the community, my apologies, the key challenge faced by these community-owned projects is transitioning from construction to operations due to various reasons. Some of these reasons, they include lack of access to institutional support and operational funding, as well as community members generally, lacking experience and expertise to operate these hospitality facilities. So the framework, what it aims to do is to then, try and assist communities so that they are able to run these facilities post-construction. And the framework has about 6 pillars that it looks at. The first one deals with the regulatory as well as compliance issues, to ensure that these facilities are, become graded, the owning entities are able to acquire whatever licenses that they may require to ensure that they are compliant, and ensuring that they are able to deal with their, taxes and so on when they are operating them. The other pillar deals with operations as well as facilities management, looking at assisting them to set up businesses as well as internal operating systems and processes, especially in relation to, front office operations, housekeeping management, as well as, managing food and beverage services within, the facilities, as well as dealing with maintenance, and security. Then the third pillar looks at hospitality marketing, as well as branding and sales, to ensure that, these facilities have these techniques as well as skills to ensure that they are able to sustain themselves when we are no longer there. The fourth pillar then talks to financial as well as revenue management, to assist them with dealing with the issues of budgets, capex, how they control these when they run the facilities and so on. But then the other pillar talks to human resource management, to ensure that they are able to recruit the right people with the right skills, because you normally find that in some projects, communities will just choose a relative, without following due process and so on, to come and manage the facility. So we ensure that, they follow the right process and they have the right set of people that will assist them then to manage the facilities. Then the last pillar deals with physical space. And here, dealing with the look and feel of the facility itself, how they must do decor and so on, as well as ensuring interior design and, space utilization within the facility at large. So that's what this framework seeks to achieve. But as indicated at this point in time, it's still in draft and we're still engaging so that we are then able to finalize it and ensure that we then implement it to assist the end users in day-to-day operations of the facility post-construction. There were also discussions. So the department also had a lehotla last week, Thursday and Friday, and there were also some discussions regarding, some of the proposed interventions in terms of how we could link community projects with the market, so that they are able to receive, tourists as well. So we are going to be meeting with South African tourism. So the discussions were that we must provide South African tourism with a list of ready facilities that, they could look at in terms of marketing. And I think the discussions were that we could even look at Indaba, maybe take some of these community-owned facilities to Indaba so that we can assist them to access the market. But those discussions are still ongoing. The other question from Honorable Ismail related to measures that are in place to deal with the cost overruns. So what I would like to indicate here is that project managers do conduct site visits to projects, to monitor projects on a regular basis. There are also steering committee meetings that are in place to discuss issues. And what normally happens is that after the meetings, the project managers will then put together what we call back to office reports. And if there are any critical issues that require escalation emanating from those reports and from those visits, those issues will then be escalated to either the DDG or the DG, depending of the level of intervention required, so that then the principals can convene meetings with the relevant authorities so that they try and resolve the challenges at hand per project. But what we've also done as a department is we have written letters to entities asking them to demonstrate to the department where there has been non-performance as well as project delays, so that they give us evidence that they are dealing with non-performance as well as defaulting contractors and professional service providers. So we've asked them to demonstrate, indicate to us what are the root causes for the project delays and what instruments or contract provisions are in place to ensure that are in place between the entity, the professional service provider, as well as the contractors to deal with project delays and non-performance, and whether the entity is implementing these provisions as contained in the contract, and whether they are applying the penalties that are contained in these contracts. So we've asked the entities to provide evidence to the department in this regard, and we've also asked them to provide catch-up plans or remedial plans, as well as timeframes to complete, these projects. So those are the steps that we've taken in relation to the issues that were raised by Honorable Ismail. Let me check if I am leaving. So there was also another question that was asked by Honorable Maecho. How do we ensure that infrastructure stimulates economy and creates jobs? So again, following the Lekgotla, the discussions were that currently the department is training, has training programs that are dedicated to the youth. And on the other hand, the department is developing infrastructure. So what we are planning to do is for these two units to meet so that we are able to check whether we are not able to take some of these learners that we are training to place them at the facilities that we are developing or that we have developed, so that we can ensure that we are not only training for the sector but also training for our own facilities. So those are the engagements that will also have to ensue regarding that particular area of work. I think those are the questions I have on my end. The chair will then indicate if I missed out any in relation to the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. Chairperson, through you, I will now ask SANParks to respond, please. SANParks.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Chair and Honourable Committee members, there may be some questions I missed, in which case I'll then request a reminder or a correction. But I'll start with questions from Honourable Garab regarding the name change of the Kruger. There is no anticipated name change. for the Kruger National Park. The Kruger National Park is a heritage brand. And as SANParks, though we have not officially stated this, we do not believe it would be prudent for us to even consider a name change. Kruger National Park is a heritage brand, is a major contributor of revenue to SANParks, contributing approximately 60% to our revenue. And as anybody who is involved in sales and marketing will tell anyone, is that you don't interfere with a brand that is working. So from that question regarding brand recognition, I would like to just assure you, Honorable Lekaraba, that there is no such consideration on the go. I will just reflect from my own memory about how this issue became a discussion point in the media. We found out that the Mpumalanga legislature had some discussions around changing the name of Kruger to Skukuza. We have received no formal documentation requesting this to occur. We have received no formal communique at all. I must just indicate that according to the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act, only the Minister of the Department of Forestries, Fisheries and the Environment has the legal authority to approve a name change. And then there was the matter of Google. Honorable, I also found out at the same time that anyone can enter Google and change a name. I really was surprised to find out that there's no higher barriers than that. But we can always, respond to you a little bit more officially about those technical factors. But at the time when it was, I remember the morning when I was being told that it has changed on Google, it had nothing to do with us. And that's when I was then informed that accessing Google Maps and changing names is quite a relatively easy process. Honorable Ishmael, you asked about a few things. You talked about, I think, the other parks that do not sell too well. And it's similar to another question that was asked by another honorable member about occupancies. As I've indicated, we've got 21 parks in 7 provinces. Some of these parks, or rather, let me rewind by saying what we have analyzed and understand is what each park has as a unique selling proposition, what makes it attractive to the market, and what doesn't. What we need to enhance in terms of products to make it more attractive, and so on. So we do have that in-depth analysis. We also have parks that we know that will never be popular tourist magnets by virtue of a number of reasons. Some of them is just geographic location in terms of the distance it takes to get there. They're not easy to access. In this regard, I always make an example about one of our parks, which is called Richtersveld, which is on the border with Namibia. There's no direct flight. It's 18-hour drive, and that's just being conservative from Gauteng, which is a major source market. So that's what I mean in terms of accessibility. So we do have those that, as much as we would ideally like to have 100% of our stock sold, we also know that in in the peaks and valleys of our sales process, there is a certain percentage that even if we mark it down to negligible amounts, is still not going to sell. Because the holiday experience, there's one thing about SANParks marking down its accommodation. At the end of the day, when a consumer assesses if it is affordable to take a vacation, they're obviously plugging into the cost of accommodation. There is petrol, there is food, and etc. So those are some of the issues we also are very cognizant of at SANParks, to say if the economy, the local economy, the domestic economy is not doing too well, and your average consumer is tightening their belt, we also feel the pain. But nevertheless, one of the points we have made is that we do sell that additional accommodation as much as possible on highly discounted rates. But as I'm saying, it doesn't always equate to people coming to or taking it up. If, for example, let me just put it this way: Kruger National Park operates at very high occupancy levels. If Kruger National Park is put on the market, it's discounted. The sales occur very quickly. It's very rare that we'll sell anything in Kruger National Park at a discount, but when we do, because there's a demand for it, Kruger. So once a Kruger, there's even a 5% reduction, there is a very high take up. So that 30%, I'm just saying, should be looked at within that context. It is not wastage. We are pushing, we call it distressed inventory, and the terminology that we use, we push it. However, the consumer, a lot depends on consumer uptake. I think it was yourself as well, Honorable Ishmael, you asked about whether we collaborate with provinces to manage the parks. We collaborate with provinces because we are residents of provinces. But we do not collaborate to manage the parks. Some of our parks, the national parks, border provincial parks. So I'll make you an example with Mpumalanga Parks and Tourism Agency, that obviously in some parts shares a fences with the Kruger National Park. Where we have challenges, let us say an elephant has escaped from Kruger National Park and has walked into Mpumalanga Park. The collaboration on the ground is very quick, very strong. We assist where we can, particularly around things like, animal escapes. We have other infrastructure and abilities that a Mpumalanga Parks would not necessarily have. So we'll have, for example, helicopters that will allow us to be able to head back the animals, but they work very strongly. However, I am not in a position to comment about whether a SANParks, being a national entity, is in a position to manage what are provincial parks. We report to different authorities altogether, but I can assure you that operationally, where we can, we have very, very strong collaborations. In terms of infrastructure development aligning with conservation, we have a term that we use. We say we touch the earth lightly in tourism and in the development of our ecotourism products. Firstly, we undertake very thorough and rigorous EIAs before we can develop any infrastructure within the national parks. Every national park is managed it is managed through what we call a park management plan. In those park management plans, we identify every 10 years, give or take, areas that we will consider to be high traffic areas. We ring fence them. And any further development, then high traffic, it's just different thresholds. Any further development then is dictated to by what is within that park management plan. So we don't necessarily develop in a willy-nilly type of fashion. For example, let me talk about Kruger National Park. A lot of people become very surprised to find out that only about 5% of the Kruger National Park is developed. So when you are there, when you're at Skukuza, you actually would assume that the entire park is a hive of activity. It's 2 million hectares. 5% of it is developed, and we, give or take, are not permitted to go beyond 10% of its development. So I hope that sort of covers that question. You spoke about safety and security. We do not have a safety and security problem in 20 of our national parks. We have, in terms of tourists or threat to tourists, our challenge in most parks is around wildlife crime. We are talking here things such as rhino poaching. But in terms of actual risk to tourists, it's virtually zero. However, the only place we have a safety and security issue is Table Mountain National Park, which is in Cape Town, and it's what we call an open access park. So there are no gates. It's within a city, and it essentially is a park that is a reflection, or it's a microcosm of the city within which it is in. People walk in and out, up and down Table Mountain. We try the best that we can to deploy as much as we can in terms of law enforcement. But the truth of the matter is, it is a vast area for us to cover. It is open access. There are no gates to stop people to, produce their IDs. They come from all angles. We have opportunistic criminals who prey on people who are walking the trails. But that said, in the past year, we have seen a reduction. We are deploying quite a number of interventions around Table Mountain to manage safety and security, including drones and other technology. We're also deploying a helicopter to Table Mountain, particularly for this festive season, which is where we see the peak. Honorable Buthelezi, I think you also were asking about accommodation sales, and I think that was to do with that 30%. I'd like to also put a few things into context here, Honorables, that our occupancy rates at SANParks are above what we call industry average. And in some instances, we are above global average. So according to BDO, the South African average for occupancy for 5-star hotels is around 60 or so percent. We are sitting at 70%. Stats SA also indicates that the average occupancy in South Africa is about 47%. So we are above average. And that's why I'm saying the ideal is for us to have 100% occupancy. It's not quite possible, but we sell good products, we sell them well, and a 70% accommodation occupancy is something that I think we really should be lauded for. But that said, honorables, marketing is something that is always needed. We want to see a more diverse market come into our parks. We are trying different approaches and different interventions to become more attractive to certain certain market segments, younger people, for example, Black people. Those are some of the markets that we have been actively growing for the past, give or take, 10 years. We are seeing a change, and we've been increasing our marketing budget over the years. But marketing is one of those expenditures that really has to be ongoing and has a commitment from its sources to ensure that we remain top of mind as a product. Not only top of mind, informed, because some of it's about informing people that visiting, other people call it a safari. Having a safari is not as expensive as you would like. That's the kind of communication we try to get out. My colleague from SA Tourism has spoken about some of the collaborations we have. We do short left with them. We do travel week with them, where essentially, because those are, especially short left, it's a brand that has really grown some roots in South Africa and has even become part of the lexicon. So we are almost permanently in some form or other on short left or travel week promoting our products for especially that younger market, the emerging market, to see us. Once they see that price and they appreciate that it is not as high as they anticipate, it does make a difference. Honorable Buteles, you also spoke about KNP, or rather Kruger National Park, and the gate congestion. It's a perennial problem. Kruger National Park has got 10 gates. And we know that at high season, invariably there will be congestion. We implement what we call a quota system for Kruger National Park, which requires that after a certain number of cars has gone in for a certain period, others cannot be let in. We are always searching for different solutions to this matter. This is just a demand-driven issue. You know, it's like a queue at a fast food restaurant that is particularly, famous. It's just a demand-driven issue. And even with this quota system, we're finding that the public doesn't quite either distill the information or appreciate it. We have tried to push for a pre-booking system, which works for those who know it and those who use it. But then we have another part of the market that doesn't quite fully understand that there is a pre-booking system and understand those cycles. Honorable, yes, it's a constant challenge, and it's very specific to Kruger, you're correct. And not only to Kruger, but to specific gates at the Kruger. All we can do is to keep creating more and more information. At this stage, we're not going to say to you that we're going to expand the gates. That is not the solution, or rather, it's not the desired solution. Expand in terms of lanes. I could be wrong, but it is not exactly a pathway we're looking at the moment, and it will come with its own demands, notably the EIAs. And just tampering with the land, not a little bit unnecessarily. You do find that it's gates in the south, in particular the south of Kruger, that is the Mpumalanga side, that do get congested. It's very specific peak times, and we know when they do. Okay, it's not all of the time. So we haven't quite found the panacea to this. We get, as I said, pre-bookings. We've got the quota system, and we just have to keep pushing information and ensuring that your average person understands what the implications of driving to Kruger are without a pre-booking. Honorable Linda spoke about the business case for the Dinosaur Museum. It was not my question. I think it was meant for my colleagues in Department of Tourism. The Dinosaur Museum was free of charge from June to September. So if I can just address very quickly. we have begun to charge. As I've indicated, that dinosaur museum is within a national park. It is a product that was developed by the Department of Tourism within a national park. And between between October and now, we have been charging what we consider to be relatively comfortable rates, also differential rates. And we have worked it into our own budgeting. So we manage infrastructure. We have factored in the maintenance of this museum into our own budget. We have factored in the general overhead costs, including staff. And I can assure you, Honorable, that it is unlikely to be one of those museums that are just unused. Actually, when we refer to the Dinosaur Museum in SANParks, we call it a game changer for the Golden Gate National Park. So this is not likely to be a white elephant anytime soon. You also then said we should undertake a cost-benefit analysis in terms of whether the differential pricing has an impact on the locals, whether they're fully offset. I will not give you a knee-jerk reaction there, Honorable, and we're quite happy to respond to that in writing once calculations have been made. But we still indicate and are comfortable that we are doing the best that we can to make sure that South Africans have access comfortably to these assets. I'm not sure, Honorable Linda, if you're the one who had asked about the sustainability of SANParks. SANParks, as I said, generates 80% of its budget. We are not 100% independent of the fiscus, but that 80% of the budget we use to run the business of tourism. We use to meet our conservation mandate. And because the business model that is SANParks is so heavily reliant on revenue generation, we are, and our principals are constantly requesting assurances of the financial sustainability of the organization. They are constantly challenging our thinking with regards to, as I said, the sustainability. We are looking at ways of diversifying our revenues, and so it goes on. As I speak to you today, I think in another week or so, we will be submitting our 20-year financial sustainability strategy to the minister. Really just to assure you, Honorable, that these are issues that are always topical and very top of mind. The only time we have a SANParks requested a bailout from the government was in 2020, the beginning, first few months of the COVID pandemic, where we literally ran out of cash because we had to close the parks. That is the only time in recent memory that we have asked for a bailout. You also asked as well, Honorable, where the KPIs with regards to our occupancies are monitored. We actually, in our annual performance plan, we have very specific indicators that specific, or rather that are focused on issues such as occupancies our products or KPIs that are focused on issues such as the revenues and the targets. So that is reported to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and at a parliamentary level, it would be your the equivalent to yourselves in terms of a portfolio parliamentary committee. You also asked about what we refer to as ROI and what the methodology is and what constitutes a conversion. And I think we should just be very clear. When we say ROI, when we say conversion, we're talking about sales, rands and cents. How much did we sell for? So we advertise for X amount, how many people actually booked based on that advert, how many people actually made a payment. But Honorable, we're also happy to submit that methodology and calculations to yourselves in writing. It is not a problem at all. We also note the point that you made, Honorable, that it's not a constitutional matter, that we should please provide a formal legal opinion to shield us from this possible prosecution. So we can do that, but I must just say that we also speak about the Constitution only because, and I'm just trying to find the actual the clause in the Constitution that that speaks to us managing the national parks for protection and for benefiting the environment or ensuring that citizens benefit from the environment. But we're quite happy to also source that that legal opinion. Thank you for that, Honorable. Honorable Mashabela, I think somewhere along the line I did also answer your question about provincial, the extent to which SANParks can get involved provincially. And I also had touched on another, somebody else had asked a question about the occupancies. So the 30% was also your question. I hope that I have covered it fully. You touched on dual pricing as well. The Tourism Month campaign, the free entry, we are seeing, Honorable Mashabela, quite a serious take-up of this free entry. Every single year it tends to grow in very high percentages. So, as I said, we are just victims of our own success now. We've hit about 100,000 people who came in this year. We are rethinking that free month. It's actually a free week, not even a month, but we are rethinking what we call SANParks Week, because it is evident there is demand. It is evident that people seek to see these parks. So because with everything that we do, we also need to do a cost-benefit analysis to say if we provide free access for X amount of time, how much do we then lose in terms of revenues? So yes, all I can say at this stage, Honorable, is that we are reflecting a little bit. Honorable Basson, you said some parks are expensive and not worth visiting at the prices. We go out of our way to ensure that that our pricing is reasonable and is within reach as best as possible. It is a process that takes us many, many months every year when we do look at our tariff increases. I think it was also yourself, Honorable Basson, who spoke about infrastructure, or was it Honorable Moodley? In the past 2 years, we have been on a major project in terms of infrastructure refurbishments in many of our parks. Kruger being the primary one. Kruger has the oldest infrastructure of all of the parks, and we've invested quite a significant amount in refurbishing places such as Satara, which is a camp within Kruger National Park, as well as Skukuza. We haven't sent any money back to the department, which has to do with infrastructure development. I'm not sure what, maybe I didn't understand. I didn't understand what was referred to. And because our projects generate revenue for us, we ensure that they're finished. So we really don't have a problem, a significant problem with regards to projects that just sort of remain unfinished or they become white elephants. Because, as I said, they're revenue generating products for us. So I'm not too sure. I'm quite happy to come back to the question if I can just get a little bit more detail. I think with that I've covered. Let me just see. Honorable Maito. We have, let me just, there are two things. When you talk about private tourist destinations within national parks, you could be referring to any two of these issues. Issue number one is that in the main, there are private landowners around our national parks. So Kruger National Park has, outside of its borders, a circle of private landowners who utilize their land for different reasons, different purposes. Others, it's farming. Some of it mining, even though we do have a buffer zone. And then there are those who use it for purposes very similar to us, that of conservation. So you find that a lot of the national parks have got private game reserves bordering them. In the Kruger, we have a section of the Kruger where we have dropped our fences to allow game from the Kruger to move in and out between these private game reserves, which are privately owned. We have no purview over them. We have certain agreements, particularly because we've dropped the fences. So that's the one segment. Then the second is public-private partnerships that we have within the national parks. These are concessions that are awarded through open and transparent tender processes, wherein we get into an arrangement or an agreement with a private investor to say for X number of years, 25 years, give or take, we will get into a build, operate, and transfer agreement with you. You will build this lodge, you will operate it, and at the end of that contract, we will then transfer it as an asset, either to national parks or to another investor. Once they have won that concession, which, as I said, indicates the product, indicates the size of the land they should be using, it is technically private land that surrounds that lodge. These are, when you talk of, let's say, Kruger being 2 million hectares, these are tiny, tiny pieces of land within that context. So essentially to these concessions, we're effectively landlords, if I may call it that. We give them this piece of land and we say this, you can do your business as we have agreed, and as long as you pay us X percentage of your revenues per month, per annum. So that's the arrangement. So these are two different, how can I call it, private sector mechanisms or private sector arrangements that you tend to find around the national parks. I hope Honorable Maicho, that it answers your question. And I think Honorable Maicho was the last. Over to you, Honorable Chair and Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try and be quick, Honorable Chair. I see we're running out of time. If I can start with the first question raised by Honorable Chairperson Slongo around the weak oversight of provinces and Northwest failing, and some of the projects in the provinces. As we all know, that tourism is a concurrent function. And the forum where I meet with all of the provinces is at a MINMAC meeting. We do have a MINMAC meeting scheduled for the 4th of December this year. And this meeting is also attended by SALGA. And I will certainly put these issues that Honorable Chairperson raised on the agenda, because the provincial entities account to the provincial government, the MECs, the local tourism accounts to the municipalities, but that doesn't mean that, because accountability set somewhere else, that we should not work together. And that's why I will put these items, and if the Honorable Slongo's got some specifics, I will definitely put it on the agenda for the 4th of December. Honorable Legaraba also raised a very important point about the dual pricing and what government can do to change the policy. There currently is no policy. And South Africa currently does not have a specific law that mandates or authorizes dual pricing across the tourism industry. However, we have looked at what government could potentially do or implement, using existing legal frameworks or policy levers, depending on how it is structured, and also after consultation with the sector. So the legal and policy routes that could be used after research, we found, to encourage dual pricing sits in the Tourism Act, Section 4 we looked at, where it allows the minister to develop and implement national tourism strategies. There's also provision in the Public Finance Management Act of 1999, and under Section 85 of the PFMA, it also states that a responsible minister may issue directives to public entities. And then, of course, there's also the Competition Act. And if you look at Section 91C of the Competition Act, if dual pricing is framed as a pro-poor or public interest policy, the Competition Commission could accept it as justified differentiation. Then there's also the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act of 2003, under the Tourism Sector Code, under the BBBEE Act. It promotes inclusive, accessible, access, and affordability. The other piece of legislation for municipalities and provincial legislation does state that they can regulate local tourism attractions through bylaws and provincial legislation. And the last piece of legislation is the Consumer Protection Act. Now, while this law generally prohibits unfair discrimination, it also allows for differentiation if it's lawful, transparent, and in the public interest. So the one example that we do have is that SANParks already applies dual pricing, charging lower entry fees for South African citizens, residents for SADC or international. And this I found is done under a ministerial directive, a ministerial authority and policy. It's not really a standalone law, but it does shows us that using the Tourism Act and the PFMA, that it might be possible. So if the portfolio committee feel and want us to look at a proposed policy framework, we can certainly design a process and then we can bring it back to the portfolio committee to get the inputs from the portfolio committee. So that is on that question. Then I just want to briefly respond to the Honorable Buthelezi in terms of, how do we collaborate with the private sector? Yes, I will briefly tell the committee what work is currently being done between the private sector and the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan around jobs and demand-led skills. They've done a diagnostic report on jobs and income earning opportunities in the sector to determine the demand side. That is work in progress, and October, I have seen the first report of that. And to achieve this as a milestone, to engage stakeholders like the Department of Tourism, KETSITA, industry bodies, Harambee, to collate available data on current and emerging skills demand. So that is work in progress. The other one, to enhance pathways into the industry in cooperation with major employers and the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. They have convened employers, Harambee, the Department of Tourism, to align opportunities for scaling existing youth employment initiatives like the Learn and Earn, the Yes placement, and of course using the Harambee ecosystem. The work that they're also doing is to map the supply side ecosystem for tourism skills creation. And also collate existing research on training providers, the programs, intermediaries like KETSITA, the universities, colleges, and NGOs. And this is also work in progress. And the last one is to develop a roadmap and implementation plan, drawing on demand and supply side evaluations. And this work on this part of the plan will be completed in January of 2026. So I just wanted to share that information. It is work in progress, and we can bring the portfolio committee a full report. Just one point that I've missed under the dual pricing is that and why there's a need to find some kind of system to regulate. We have just seen in the Northwest, the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board they've increased entry fees for locals by 100%, from 80 Rand to 168 Rand. They've increased entrance fee for international visitors by 600%, from 110 Rand to 748 Rand. So I think the discretion is very much still with the parks as to how they regulate entrance, which of course does come and does have an impact on the point raised by the portfolio committee about affordability. Honorable Lindy raised the issue about how we can use the triple P. Honorable Lindy, this is new regulations that came in on the 1st of June, and we are working and seeking guidance from the National Treasury at all times. It's a first for our country, regulations around build, operate, and transfer, concessions, and all of that. And so we are learning together under the guidance of a National Treasury. Honorable Moodley, the point about the TOMSA levy, I do agree with you that I will certainly commit to have a meeting, and I've got a scheduled meeting with the boards of SA Tourism, the Tourism Business Council, and the TOMSA board, scheduled still before the end of the year, and I will put this item on the agenda to get more information from them. On the heritage sites, the President established an interministerial committee to deal with heritage sites, consisting of DCAS, DEF, tourism, and local government. And there is a report that was presented by DEF about the status of our heritage sites in the country. And as a suggestion, if the portfolio committee would like to call all departments together to come and brief you. As the Department of Tourism, we have got an MOU that we signed 2 years ago with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And in that agreement, we have prioritized 5 heritage sites that needs upgrading and that we need to do some work on. So I can commit that we can certainly brief the portfolio committee jointly with the other 2 departments about the status of the heritage sites. Honorable Mahecho is completely right that yes, whatever we do in terms of the triple P strategy, concessions and crowdfunding, that we must ensure that all job creation initiatives is aligned to the 3 key priorities of government, especially priority number 1, to grow our economy and create more jobs. And through the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, it's exactly what we are doing to ensure that, you know, the contribution of tourism to the GDP, to job creation is enhanced through this partnership plan. And certainly it will be monitored and evaluated. I am busy designing a dashboard so that we could measure and monitor and evaluate our performance as tourism in terms of our contribution towards economic growth. And then, of course, the last point is the issue of community participation with infrastructure. Yes, the implementing agents, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure they do have a social facilitation mechanism, and it is a must that with all infrastructure projects, that there be a social facilitation where you consult the communities, you inform the communities about the benefits, and you also inform the communities or get the help of the communities to assist us to protect these infrastructure projects. The Department of Tourism did deal with the Honorable Ishmael raised to make sure that projects are delivered on budget, on time, no overruns. This certainly is a major challenge with a lot of infrastructure projects, and therefore the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure has now designed a protocol working together with Infrastructure South Africa to improve service level agreement, to do contract management, but also to do consequence management. So those are just a few additions that I wanted to add. If there's anything also that a Deputy Minister would like to add, we still have a few minutes left. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister, do you want to add something? Oh, okay. I also noted, Minister, that TPCSA did not come in with the responses.
Yes, you're right, Chairperson. We can maybe give over to Chief to speak to us.
We are running out of time.
Yes.
Chief Viewer, please just be very short because you did not even give us a presentation. So you'll be very short. And thank you, Minister. Over to you, Chief Viewer.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will be very short. I'm only going to touch on what was not answered to. There was an issue about how do we improve the occupancy rate. I think as a TBCSA, all the time through the businesses, we always work on making sure that our hotels are full at all times. But I think it's more so how do we make sure that, geographically, in other provinces that are less visited, how do we make sure that there's more people going to that part of the country? It's something that we need to deal with from the geographical spread point of view. And we are seized with that question. It's been a question for a very long time in terms of how do we make sure that other areas that are not seeing a lot of tourists going there, how do we make sure that tourists go there? There was a question on issues of we have funded the TTCSA, the Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa, to the tune of 5.2 million. That is correct. We have done so because we have signed an agreement to support the work of the Tourism Transformation Council, and we do hold them accountable on a quarterly basis. But it's important to note that the minister is the custodian of the council. We are just assisting with the funding, and when we say we do hold them accountable, it's from the funding point of view, but they still do report to the minister or to the ministry for that matter. So we do work with them because we are committed to transformation. We want to see it happening, and hence the funding that we've done through the joint funding agreement that we signed with them. How do we measure the impact of tourism? I think for a very long time, we've been measuring the impact of tourism to the economy based on the spend, based on the number of people that come into the country, but also we need to expand into how does it impact communities, how does it impact young people. It's something that we need to sort of focus on going forward to expand the impact not only to just the economy, but what parts of the economy it does impact. There was a question on how TBCS is supporting municipality to grow tourism. I think there are various projects that we do between the two entities, which is TOMSA and TBCSA, in support of the municipalities, be it safety and security and many others that we directly fund in certain areas. Point in case, we're working with Nelson Mandela Bay for safety and security, we're also working with the Durban Metro on safety and security. And those projects are going to be coming up now in the festive season to support those municipalities. There was a question about TBCSA coming to account for its operations. I think I've explained who we are as a TBCSA. We have a board together with TOMSA. There are two boards. We account to those boards and to the members of the TBCSA. We just held our AGM where we elected the new office bearers. But if there are specific things that are of public interest that we need to address, we are quite happy to come in. There was a question about 500 million. I think I did speak to that there is no 500 million. We have not announced the quantum of the amount of money that we have. In terms of the money that was not transferred to SAT, I did explain that when I did the presentation. I think those were the questions that were directly to us. The rest were generic, and I think that between the minister, SAT, and SANParks, those questions were answered. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chifua, for those responses. Minister, before we close, I think the MINMEC meeting you just spoke of is very important. In as much as these provincial agencies or entities report to provinces or MECs, but the work of the tourism sector is very important. So we will question it when we see on the news that people are resigning, courts, monies, everything in these provinces. So can you please do put some of those items in the agenda as you go to that meeting on the 4th? And also, again, we would really look into the matter as the portfolio committee to invite the interministerial committee on the heritage site, as you said that the president has appointed an interministerial committee. Now, in closing, Minister, the portfolio committee will invite you to present the tourism growth partnership plan for South Africa in the near future for the committee to get comprehensive understanding for the plan that is currently before cabinet. The Department, South African Tourism and TBCSA should intensify collaboration with organizations such as Satovito to improve domestic tourism whilst entrenching transformation through spreading tourists throughout the country. In addition to the initiatives outlined in the tourism program, in the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, the Minister is requested to conduct a benchmarking of feasibility study to explore a dual pricing policy that will deal with affordability in the tourism sector. This should be done in collaboration with the private sector, SANParks, and provincial parks. The Minister is requested to report back to the committee on the outcomes of the study within 6 months. The study should provide outcomes based on thorough consultation with various stakeholders on the possibility of introducing a dual pricing policy in the country. Having visited the Marupeng Cradle of Humankind facility, the committee is requesting the Minister, through South African Tourism, to develop a special marketing campaign that will encourage South Africans to visit the heritage sites of various kinds throughout the country. Given that some accommodation stock is underutilized during the low season, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa is encouraged to look into price reduction during the low season to allow South Africans to travel within their own country. The TPSA is also requested to engage its members in all 9 provinces to add to the existing numbers of facilities participating in the short-lived campaign deals. SANParks should ensure that other national parks get more tourists to ensure geographic spread and reduce other tourism at Kruger National Park and reduce over-tourism at Kruger National Park. Based on the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, the Department of Tourism, in partnership with sector stakeholders, should develop a specific and targeted domestic growth plan to develop a coordinate domestic tourism initiatives. The committee will continue to invite the TPCSA to committee meetings. The committee has, however, noticed that TPCSA does not always share presentation with the committee. The CEO, Mr. Chifiwa, always speaks on his own notes, not shared with the committee. In future, the TPCSA is requested to provide a presentation that will be shared with the committee. This will assist the committee to thoroughly engage the information before and after the meetings to assist with proper oversight. The Department of SANParks should provide the committee with a sustainability plan for the Dumo Dinosaur Interpretation Center. The department will be invited in future to give a comprehensive presentation on the infrastructure investment project. With that, Minister and the team, thank you very much for being part of our meeting. Yourself, Minister, the Department, SANParks, SAT, and TPCSA. Thank you very much. We can now release you as we continue with our meeting as a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Disang, it's now over to you for the adoption of the minutes. Please flight the set of minutes and then you go through them.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first minute is the minutes of the 4th of November, 2025, which was the briefing by SA Tourism on the litigation cases, the nature and ruling thereof, and also the consideration and adoption of the oversight report. If I were to go through the minutes, is the attendance of the members present, the introduction of the chairperson. The SA Tourism was led by the Deputy Minister, Sochu. The presentation by SA Tourism. The committee felt that the presentation did not have the necessary information that they required in terms of that. And then the presentation that was represented had serious crisis of governance and maladministration. And the committee also raised the issues of the Auditor General that it raised in terms of findings related to the irregular contracts within South African tourism. And then the resolutions of the committee were that the South African tourism should appoint a chief audit executive expeditiously. Secondly, the South African tourism should submit a litigation reduction strategy to reduce the cost used on defending the entity in court. Thirdly, the detailed report should be submitted to a committee in relation to the list of law firms representing the entity and the costs for each case. And lastly, the detailed report should be submitted to the committee on the consequence management processes that have been implemented in relation to the losses suffered by the entity. The committee also adopted the minutes of the 28th of October 2025 and the oversight report. As for the 4th of November, Chair.
Thank you very much, Disang. Before I ask members for the adoption, my initials are AS, not AT. So please correct that. And then members, hear the sets of minutes as presented by Disang. I'll then note hands that seek to get just clarity. Or if there's anything that Disang has missed, please add or adopt the minutes. Members, are you still in the meeting?
Yes, Chairperson.
Honorable
Chair. Yes, Chair.
Honorable Buthelezi, you can come in.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I adopt the minutes presented by Tisang.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable Dikaraba.
Chair, I second.
Thank you very much. I think that was all Tisang, ne?
There is a second set. Let me just quickly write it, Chair.
Okay.
I'm going to be very quick. This one is the 11th, which is last week. No. This is the 11th, Chair. This is briefing by South African Tourism Transformation Council on their plans to transform the tourism sector. Also by SAT on the Act of Contracts with service providers. This was the meeting that was supposed to have been partially, what do you call it? Partially closed. The introduction, the chairperson opened the meeting, and the delegation of Tourism Transformation Council was led by the Deputy Minister, Ms. M. Sochu. And then the committee raised concerns regarding the correspondence from the minister and made observations on that particular correspondence. And then in terms of the observation made on the presentation of the Tourism Transformation Council, the committee made some observations. And then the committee also dealt with a legal advice on the proposed closed meeting with South African Tourism. The legal advice was presented by the senior legal advisor, Advocate Jenkins. In this advice, he informed the committee that it was unacceptable that the presentation was only submitted to the committee 30 minutes before the start of the meeting. And he also elaborated on Rule 184 of the National Assembly rules, that the committee should have received the presentation in advance, that it can satisfy itself that indeed the content of the presentation warranted a closed meeting. The legal advisor informed the committee that after perusing the content of that presentation, confirmed that the presentation is not helpful and has not provided the committee with the relevant information to conduct oversight. The minister also confirmed that she had only received the presentation beforehand, the deputy minister, before just 30 minutes before the meeting. And she alluded that she had not had the opportunity as a deputy minister to consider the contents of the presentation before it could be sent to the committee. Nor can the committee not engage with the presentation and decide on a closed meeting without having looked at the content of the presentation. Then the committee resolved that the South African Tourism will not be allowed to do a presentation as it was not submitted in advance. SA Tourism instructed to make amendments through adding substantive issues to the presentation covering all the relevant details, information relating to all the active contracts to enable the committee to conduct oversight. The entity was given 48 hours to submit the revised presentations to the committee before end of business on Friday, the 14th of November. I can confirm that, Chair, that we did receive the revised presentation on the 5th on Friday, and I did circulate it on Friday.
Thank you, Tisang. Members, here's the second set of minutes. Can I note hands?
My hand is
Honorable, Honorable Buthelezi, then Honorable Karabo.
I adopt the minutes presented by Tisang, but however, Tisang, I think you noted me as absent on your minutes. Please double check with that. I was present, sir.
Okay, we'll correct that.
Honorable Karaba.
Thank you, Chair. I second the minutes of the 11th of September 2025 as the true reflection of what transpired with the correction made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekaraba. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think we have come to the end of this portfolio committee meeting. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.